And well, that's that video as it stops. So there goes that. Logistics, logistics. But that doesn't mean, 24 hours, golly, but logistics. And I'm over here, well, Mom, I'm recording. Mom, well, please. I'm a mom. It's a food stamps thing. It's been a while, though, like, I think I already lost a whole month of food stamps. I don't know if they do back pay or what do they do. I know my blood money's on back pay. I lost my last check. It got thrown away. I didn't throw it away, but we'll leave it as a mystery. It's hectic. Golly. I mean, fudge. I mean, I'm trying to explain, like, fudge, this is not right. This is, like, super sus. This is so, like, just so messed up. It's so messed up. But, I mean, hey, at least I'm here. Yay, another day. Whoop, 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 whoop. Having my own self-mental recuperation party. It's gotten hotter as the night, more humid as the night. I'm just sweating more now. My body's freaking out. Huh. But we'll joke about it on TV. That's okay. I mean, it's fun to do. You know what I'm saying? But being me living in reality, gosh. But like body shame, don't body shame. Let them be fat. Fuck yes. Let them be gay as fucking heck. Fuck yes. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. My beliefs are just a wee bit different. I haven't been fagging around like you think I have been. I mean, not to be like so, golly. But there's been some fucking weird dreams, and you're gonna say that's my mind? Oh, buddy, your mind, your influence. Well, I fucking got away from it quick. But it's like, God, I mean, like, talk about having the wanted list in my mind, the to-do list. Like, muddin, duckin', toopin' tubbin', sleepin' lubbin', shoein' shovin', listin' rubbin', you goopin' grubbin'. Like you got some custom ink. Slow. Still. Family lumped in. Removed from the function. Wannabe or something. I proved it. I done it. Tell me grumbling. Is it a grumble or a rumble? It's grumbling. I think it's a grumble. Yeah. Sounds like someone was catching the mosquitoes out there. Potentially. Yeah, I can put money on it though. Ooh, second one. Hit him. Still no seats. Only 6 minutes in. You see, now I feel like, dang. Do I need to put those? I mean, it was 44 or something. I mean, I guess it's like, well, there you go. Here, have it. I totally wasn't done. I was trying to back out where I was still recording. You know what I'm saying? And plus, I didn't realize I could have just gotten it through the email. That would have been the easiest thing. But no, I thought it was a text message. But they emailed me. That's my fault because I did check the text messages. While I think was still recording, I'm not 100% sure. I didn't go back and look to, I was just okay, maybe. But then I went to the emails and stuff immediately. Very quick after. Thereafter. When I was doing karaoke as a kid, I was young. That's like playing the PlayStation. I was young then. What the heck? I wonder how young I was. I was smoking unk. I think I was at least. Because honestly, like, win or loss, the PlayStation flew from the entertainment center. Do you think PlayStation would help me out because this is the state of my nail still? Sony? That's you guys, right? Are you guys gonna, I can give you a good look. Holy smokes, that was from the PlayStation. The controller didn't unhook from the PlayStation and it got me right on the nail. You guys are liable for that, aren't you? How does that work? Would you guys be liable? Because honestly, it's obviously permanently damaged. And I get ghost pains. I was thinking about the laser, and I don't want to say it like 100%, like I was thinking like, oof. I started talking about like how bad that nerve extends out past the dead nail. Um, yeah. I was thinking like, well, if he took that and then potentially, got that and like X marks the spot, then dang, that would probably be like hot, 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 hot. But then I started thinking about, well, with the laser, it kind of did feel like it was maxing out, and if it maxes out, then that would just be like the same ow. But that is also like a reconfirmation right now. Well, these mosquitoes, I think, are potentially. I did get got by one already. Potentially, I think so. I don't want to turn on the light just yet. But I mean, not to like go after you guys. Some assistance would be, extremely fine. I would love that. I still wonder, because honestly, like the controller not detaching from the PlayStation, and it was the thick one, if I remember correctly. It was one of the very first PlayStations, the very thick one. We were playing the snowboarding game downhill. It wasn't the Nintendo 64, although we had that. It was a PlayStation. But the thing was thick, and for that controller to not, and the entertainment center, and me being that young, holy smokes. But I mean, I remember it. It happened quick, but still, like, the next thing I knew, the finger gushing, get some salt water in a bowl and dunk it, and hoo-wee. Ay, ay, ay. Talk about a whistling Pete on 4th of July. But yeah, that nail, it still hasn't grown back right. That's permanent. I was thinking like, maybe in another life, this like, will just be painted. Like I'll know what's underneath it, like this layer. It's an eyesore to me. Golly. I took it to the dermatologist one time. She didn't really know what exactly, She said, nail medicine. But I've tried that. And then she said, maybe potentially remove it. But that's like, and then she also said, well, some things, I'm pretty sure that's what her, some things aren't maybe meant to heal. I think maybe that was her. I know the AI said that, so maybe I'm getting mixed up. I don't want to put words in her mouth. I think the AI, I'm pretty sure, definitely said that. Some things maybe aren't meant to heal. What a cope. But that nail medicine. But I think she did recommend those two things. And yeah. But they were just recommendations, no prescription things. I got prescription stuff for the rosacea, and that really didn't work either. I didn't go back. But would Sony, is that like a Sony liability? How does that work? But that would just be charity, huh? Simple charity. Google. What happened?
I don't want to bother you, but it wants to know your employer information. So you can do it when you get a chance. If you do it now, I can finish it. If you want to do it tonight, we can finish it in the morning, whatever you want to do. But here's the sticker back, and you can put it on the other side.
What kind of employer information? I don't even have that. Are you kidding me?
Who you work for, your job. and the information, the address, and all that.
Something Solon, Ohio.
Because you need to prove you had a job within the last 60 days, sweet pie. That's why. You don't have to do it now. Do what you're doing, okay? You can do it in the morning, okay? But you now
Well,
know.
just so we can have this, and then they can give me
Okay.
a call in the morning.
Okay, you get it done, and then you bring it to me, okay? When you're done.
Golly. What a rigged ass system. Holy smokers. Holy topoters. My topoter is pottering. My topoter is padded up. My areoles. That was another word for them. Areoles. I was thinking about that, like, what? Come on, my areoles? You know, I was thinking back to, like, Big Brother. They had this one episode where a lady was, like, licking peanut butter off the dude's armpit, and she was talking about the deodorant she was tasting. Like, dang, talk about taking it too far. I mean, I guess it's alright, but, like, not the deodorant. Probably like I like get the taste in my mouth just thinking about it. Like, is it like the dry stick deodorant or like the wet gel? Because the wet gel I think would be easier to manage, but the dry stick deodorant's like, come on. I think she had said it. I can't exactly remember. I think it was the dry stick deodorant. That's wrong. That's like lube. I mean, whoever invented that stuff obviously didn't taste it. I mean, maybe like, fudge. I'm just saying, though. I mean, at least the stuff I've tasted. Not like I'm around, like, sampling shit, but... I mean, talk about ruined. Talk about yuck. Alright, so I got these. If I don't quit smoking off of these things, then I might never stop. But I think I'll give it a break since I'm not working. I need to start collecting disability from the government. Maybe write Sony a letter. And maybe they'll, potentially help me out. Who knows? What else? Food stamps. My mom is hooking that up. I just gave her the address. Hopefully they give me a little bit of back pay. Hopefully maybe if we do some research tonight and look into a disability lawyer and we give him a call, we'll do it all live. Hopefully they'll be able to look into the file and get the back pay from years ago. Because this is a real story that the lawyer's gonna love. The lawyer's gonna love. And the judge will too, honestly. Like, I need a little backboard. Something to at least have, just in case my mental breaks and I need to, like, go through all the hoops and hops and bells and whistles again and do the diagnosis limbo, and I'm gonna have a talk with my psychiatrist. I need to have a real heart-to-heart, but that'll be, that's an actual thing, just like talking to the lawyer will be. I mean, maybe she'll be able to advocate for me and I just skip the lawyer altogether. I'm gonna have to see. I mean, because I know the lawyers are gonna have their fees, and maybe maybe my psychiatrist will too. Who knows? I don't know how that works. Golly, I just know this world works off money. Money, you gotta have it. And if the influence is just breaking me down, where I just I gotta stop and just settle down and recollect for a bit, then I mean, fudge. I tried to apply for disability when I was first getting thrown into the mental health hospital, this and that, feeling the spiritual stuff. And I was telling my doctors, I mean, I was trying to dial in the medicines, figure that out. And potentially they were helping. But that's also like the first time I lost my job, and for the first like 6 months, there was nothing. I was like to the grind doing my thing. I mean, maybe there was here and there. Honestly, I forget a lot, especially when it's throughout the whole day. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like when it's throughout the whole day, there's like 95% I'm forgetting, and a few core memories like the paddleboard ones. And those are even more core memories now because I talked about it. But it's just like examples. I mean, I don't know. That would suck to ban movies. That would be weird. Like banning movies. I talk about a real like different world, ban movies. Stop people's influence and how they want us to be speaking. I did get got by a mosquito. I got really good. I got. Maybe the other one on the left is not an itch and it's an actual bite. They just bite in the same spot, like they know where I'm weakest. Or they just like that. It's like the fine dining. I mean, honestly, a zebra mosquito, that sounds like a rich sort of thing. Talk about a custom ride. Probably shouldn't even be doing that. Filling my water up next to the computer. Did I not learn with the beer? I thought it would never be possible. Ay ay ay. I mean, I guess this is the night. I didn't exactly want to turn the light on, but the mosquitoes are obviously seeing me through, the blue light. They're seeing me in the darkness. They don't care. Kind of still stand out. My dad was talking about how the mosquitoes were underneath the casita because I wasn't out here. Well, he didn't say because I wasn't out here, but I guess that's where the cicadas. That's where the cicadas are right now. Underneath the little canopy. I'm sure the light. They got their own little light out there that turns on. Circadas. Cerbatas. Cerdatas. Lurlatas. Mermaidas. Word makers. They're still in the background, that's the buzz. That's like sitting on the toilet and just having that in the mind, but it's different. These things are around every single year. Don't let Google fool you. Every single year. Golly. I mean, I just got a picture of one just a couple years ago. But that's just because it was right next to the door. That was the first time I seen that. It was greeting me. I never, examined them like that. I'm kind of like in the perfect science location. Like, maybe I start collecting some honeydew. I mean, I tried, splashing my own in my own eyes. So who knows, maybe that's like the next potential. I know the rich do some different interesting things. I wonder if they've used honeydew, in their whole... I watched that one movie where the lady's like, juice in the tail. Like, it's the sauces. That was funny. Gonna have to try the sauce. And the culinary use, I mean, it already sounds amazing. I mean, let me be honest. Any chefs out there willing to try? I mean, if I get a little Sony boosty, because obviously the laser user is being lazy. I don't even want to call them out. Obviously, the laser users are just in the lazy back dust end of the mine still. Ketamine dripping on slow, huh? Telling people, it's the good stuff. They prescribed it. Maybe you should ask your psychiatrist. What's going on, Mom?
I gotta tell you one thing. Because when they call, they're gonna ask you about homeless. Okay. And
about what? Homelessness?
Mm-hmm. And because every time I said you lived here, it asked me to put in money if you paid.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't pay money, right?
Yeah, I do.
Because you're broke. You don't have a job.
Well, I don't. Yeah.
Right. So you got my point.
Yeah.
So that you would have to explain that if it comes up in question, that you live here, and you do pay rent when you have a job to your uncle. But you don't have a job, so you didn't have it. You didn't.
Well, it's 100% true, and when I run out of money, that's going to happen again.
But you're not gonna. You already ran out of money. Duh.
100%, yeah.
Okay, so.
Spot me is already hitting me up.
Right. Okay. So, anyways, you don't want to divulge, but you have to explain that you live here, but you're not paying rent. But as soon as you get a job, you will be again. Okay.
I get that. Okay. Perfect.
Okay, perfect. I got you in. High five. High five, let's go. Mm-hmm.
Honesty is the best policy. Come on now. I mean, I'm already using coupons. Capriati's just hit me up with another $10 free. I mean, that starts to be cheaper than going to the grocery store at times. Especially if you make that 2 meals, you know what I'm saying? I mean, if you like a little cheat sheet. Oh, this guy's saying hey to me. Should I speak? I think he's an Iron Man. I said one thing to him. He said leave Sir Dan alone. So I had to say, you know. I had to say. Um, oh, come on. Don't play me like that. He's saying, what's the best drop from those dudes? He's level 119. Come on. What's the best drop? I can't be typing. I mean, I got 5 seconds. 5 seconds to type. You kidding me? Is it 1024 or 12? I forget. I don't want to give wrong information. Shiz. But I think it's like different than that. I mean, that's an odd number, isn't it? I mean, it is an odd number, but it's like a different number that's almost not the number. If that makes sense. And now I'm over here double checking. Oh yeah, no. I was right. Just kind of good at the game like that, I guess. No, I did have to double check. I mean, I've been here for so long. God. That's a little bit of a number, you know. Ooh, that's right. I was staring at the TV. Was it earlier today? Golly, it was interesting. The numbers, they were. I mean, talking about learning how to count different. That was the first time. Oh, maybe I did look at. Well, yeah, I did look at that before. That's like one of those set it up in the minds and then remember it eventually. Calories in the Frito bag. The AI told me one time, because I asked it, you know, I'm like, AI, if you're just like, you know, living on government cheese, and you know, like the things from the food bank, like, you know, what do you think? Like, what could be the best? And like AI is like, if you're like, you know, at those spiritual lows, then you know you got to go with what you got to go. You know, like at whatever gets you through the day. Like there is no pyramid at that point. It's all flipped up on its behind. Like talk about an AI like just give me what I want though, you know. I mean, but hey, it you know it does like make sense and get you through that like tough questionnaire. Silly question there. But they're not going to be like well maybe. I mean, that was my question, so I won't say it won't happen. Yeah. We need to get the next set of seeds. Like the dude, like he's sort of seed. What is it? Seed gating me. Seed gate. Pretty sure he's an Iron Man. I saw the little symbol next to his name. What does that even mean? Does that mean you don't die, or you just don't use certain things? Like the GE? Alright, let's look. He's pretty, yeah, he's doing things. I need to learn about clues. I wonder if I can even get clues from elves. Have I been doing this one? Come on. I need to go to Google. Like, set this back as the search engine. Jeez. They do drop clues? If I'm not getting clues, what could I be doing wrong? That's the next question. Stackable clues mechanic. You cannot receive new clues drop if your inventory is full that specific tier. So two. Okay, let's look at our clues. How many do we have? These are good questions to be concerned about, because that's a lot of elves, you know what I'm saying? Where are they? They're in one of the tabs. I sorted them. I think they're in this one. Yes, here they are. Alright, so 2, 2, 2. Yeah, that looks like the cab. They give what again? Medium, hard, and elite. So I only have one elite though, so that can't be right. I think I did all the scrolls. I just have boxes. Let's see. Oh, I do have one elite scroll. One in 50 to 1 in 60 is the drop rate. How do you use a rune pouch inventory trick to juggle? Use the impling that's around here as an alternative? I mean, that was the Google's side quest. Oh, so okay, so I have one elite clue scroll and then one box, and does that count as the 2? Is that how that works? And then 2 hard boxes, and then that's how that works. I mean, I'd rather just juggle it up, right? Oh, implings are caught or bought in jars and open for fast guaranteed clue drops. 1 in 25 chance to drop a medium clue scroll, making them absolute fastest way. But those are medium. I mean, why would that suggest side quest? Come on, talk about a downgrade, huh? But at least learning something. All right. Why use them if you're tired? of pickpocketing notes for hard clues. You can buy eclectic impling jars on the Grand Exchange to quickly spawn clues right at a bank. Look at that. And yeah, at the cap. So those two are at the cap, I guess, huh? And then you can increase furthermore by completions, 50 and 150, and defeating mimic bosses. Okay, you cannot juggle the boxes. Okay, open the boxes so you have clues in your inventory. Drop the active clues on the ground for 1 hour before disappearing. Do not hop worlds. Because the clue is on the ground, your account space frees up. Open your second box to get the second active clue scroll. Drop the second clue next. Repeat the drops. Drop the second clue next to the first one. You can now go pickpocket more elves or implings to get even more active drops. Solve together, pick up the clues, and complete a step. If the step is impossible for you, drop it. Pick up the other clue and do the step instead. Wait, what? Never open a clue if you have active partially on the ground. Opening a new box, reset the ground clues, step back to 0. Is that like just super tryhard? What is that? Like, are you like completing the clue while you're pickpocketing and getting more clues? The instruction's not clear. I mean, I guess I should have just said that, huh? The stop and solve method recommended. Or they vanish forever. Alright, so just set a timer, right? Unless I forget about what the timer does. That would stink. Already have a clue it refuses to open. Dude. I'm already not realizing the juggle, huh? Boom, boom. Now I just have all these clues. Oh, no, you just didn't. Oh, so now basically I gotta go do these in the next hour or they're gonna disappear. Google. Well, now we're doing some clues. And we gotta go. It's like the Amazing Race kind of timer. Requires a spade. Need a staff. Well, this is a unexpected little detour here, huh? Okay. All right, let's go. And we never even got the seeds either. Like, come on. Oh my gosh. Wadananigananados. Balananananidis. Wadanahanadas. I got a game to play, lady. You better sit back there in the shadows. I don't know what to tell you right now. Where did we go? On the world map. Oh, okay, I see. Gotcha. Could have gone to Shiloh Village, I guess, though, huh? I mean, that would have been easier. What the heck? That wasn't a good recommendation. I mean, I need to do that again, actually. Okay, that was crap. I think hopefully I can cut through this jungle. But it didn't also say bring this either. I mean, come on. Requires a spade, but you're gonna need to deforest the jungle as well. I mean, I guess maybe that's my fault not knowing the map. You know, if I know I'm going down there into the jungle, I should have known to brought the axe and machete, maybe even. I mean, I'm just gonna bring the machete just because. I mean, I've done the minigame. You gotta say I haven't. I held big. I held my arm out. I held big my arm. It was a big job. Is it time to bring in the cicadas? Oh, that was like perfect timing. Holy smokes. Somebody call you their Cerbata alarm. This is some thick jungle, huh? Alright, perfect. We're through. Get out of here, crazy chickens. They're like the dodos for the fighting competition. We gotta kill this wizard and we're up here in what? You say who? Say nah. Say hold on, wait a second. Gotta put that on. Heidi. Bring it. I think I'm ready. Oh, I'm already poisoned by this guy. I think I need to dip. Oh no, wait a second. Hold on. It's a wizard. I put on pray for magic and I'm poisoned and everything. I can't do much. I'm at 32 HP. I only have so many wines. You gotta pick your battles and know when to run. Something. Extended anti-venom. Oh, we're gonna maybe have to juggle and drop these, and then it will reset them, huh? Uh-oh. I mean, they are only like 2 scrolls, huh? I get those in like the next like 30 minutes. um, now you get the complex. Uh-oh. Let me back out. Uh-oh. Like a shark in the water. You better be safe. I don't need no shark in me. No sharkities. And there's some sharks for real. Sup with ya? Ooh, it's humid. Alright, let's go. Should have more than enough now to beat him up. Took me long enough too. And I didn't even get a combat potion, imagine that. That's just laziness though. That was like the first thing I thought of. How did I, what? Looks like I'm going back. Oh, because I threw in all the, I knew it was something I was going to be missing. Lazy me. Alright, it's my staff. He's missing the staff, yo. I'm staying pickpocketing that elf until 2,000 shards. For sure, I've already made it up in my mind. But after that, I'll go level up something else, another skill. But like that's like a for sure, you know, I'm already started on this quest. That's like a you can do it, and it makes sense, so you might as well. You know what I'm saying? Although then again, I might as well, if the money's right, just get the herbalism up. If that's the best call, I think it may be the best call. And if that's the best call, then that might be the next skill that we level up. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I mean, because if clue scrolls, you know, that would be like the one thing. That would be like the real miss out. You know what I'm saying? That would be the real sucky miss. That was like farming for, you know, getting coal from my Jimmy Gems. I know I'm gonna need this coal. Just wait a second for it. And then, you know, keeping my stuff nice and tight. And I had plenty. Alright, I think that's done. Is that done? Are we done? Are we done? Is that it? Do we have to kill him again? What's happening? It's saying dig it again. Okay, found another clue. How's this work? Where's Coco? Clock tower, perfect. This is what I'm talking about. I knew I needed that arty cloak on me. I knew I needed it on me. There was just something. It was. I knew I was gonna use the Grand Exchange fairy ring, but like I'm like thinking to myself, well, this one's free. I think there's another one too that I can use. I forgot about it already though. Dang. Wait, so now I have 2 hard scrolls. What am I doing? Okay. Let's speak to him. Okay. Wait. Answer. Okay. Got it. Perfect. What is this? Come on. Are you kidding me right now? This is hard. I mean, it's not hard, but it's like a mess. And that's exactly where I'm going to. The stash unit equipped. I hope I have this. What even is that? We need Rune Halbert, Plate Body, Amulet of Strength. Alright, Rune Halbert. What a money sink. And I hope they're not keeping these for free. Oh, we need the Book of Dead. I mean, how else are we gonna get that? Let's see. Oh, we're gonna go right to the fishing lunch at the deli. I don't know about that stash, but we gotta salute someone. So maybe I should have googled this. Store things and stuff here. Build these units to store specific items needed for clue scrolls, making it easier to complete tasks without cluttering their bags. Inventory management crucial. We're basically at the mess hall. We go here. Oh, amulet of strength, got it. Okie dokie. Hopefully we don't need it. Where's the notes? Here. Oh, double agent spawns. Let's get them. Secret. What's up? What's going on? I mean, I'm here, but I'm not here. Oh, but I'm always. Wait, what is it? What's going on? Why can't I attack this guy? He's not taking damage? Is there something wrong? Oh, there we go. 17. That's what I meant. Maybe it's just really slow. 28. Something was going on. What's this on? This must be like a cooking place. I see. Is this like the gnome delivery? Oh, it is a mini game on the map, huh? The mess. That's what I said it was. Is that a mini game icon? I think it is. I don't know. It's hard to know what things are without knowing them. It's an interesting game. Oof. I mean, it's about the same. It's not like it's humid, but it's like about that humid. Oh, they didn't see, no, they didn't. I mean, I won't even show you some time. No. Yeah, get out of here. Can I equip my stuff now and hit high? I don't want to do it wrong though. Alright, he's done. Now we talk to Ern. What's going on? Oh, Uri? Not Ern. I don't know where the end came from. I earned the next part of this, and we gotta get more stuff. Interesting. Who would ever like to do clues? Okay, next. I mean, it's alright. You get to learn the lore. Look what it means. You see? Ha. Hopefully this isn't expensive. Holy. Okay, it's not good. I think maybe even I have that. Let's go at least with the... I don't want to buy something again. But I'm not going to say what it is unless we, you know. It's a shield. That's your only guess. I know we sold the blue D-hide chaps, and I don't think we have a rune warhammer. Just lying around. Do you know what it is yet? Elemental shield. Ah, there it right is. I mean, I look at it so many times. Like right when I open up the bank, like bam. I have fishing guild, and we got a raspberry something. And so skills necklace. And then another wealth ring. Ring of wealth. Ring of wealth. Basically on both elbows right now. I have fishing guild. Let's go. Are we going in? Wait a second. Oh, we do have to. How do we get in here again? We're going through the front door. Oh, I should have known. Maybe like that was in use for another TP back. Like that's how far I ran. Oh no! Wait, what? No. Why is it? Oh my god. Level 61 fishing, yo. You gotta troll me like that. Oh my god. I'm not even doing the elite scroll, and the other two are staying on the ground. Who would want to do those? Who would want to do that? That does not make sense. That does not make sense. I mean, should I even try and rethink that? And should I ask Google? Google. Alright, I'm gonna give it to him. I said finishing guild. I didn't say guild, but I was gonna say, you know. Can I not complete? But you're extremely close. No, I'm not. That's hours away at least. Like, come on, hours away. I'm not gonna joke. Like, come on. Oh my gosh. I asked the question that we need to be asking right now. Even though we're not gonna go and do it. I'm sorry. I want to take a break of the elves, but when we get burnt out, and right now it's an elf time right now. Like that triggers. Like talk about. I knew I didn't need to be doing those right now. And then like why just? Oh my gosh. I mean, I'd have tons. And the time that it would take me to even do those, I would still be wanting to collect them. But I guess people do that, right? I mean, people do that stuff. So yeah. I just gotta keep leveling up my count, I guess. Quit my complaining. This is their game. This is what they like to do. But maybe people have the same sort of complaint. Who knows? I mean, it is an interesting little mechanic. I'll give them that. It definitely gives you something to do, like once you're done. You know. That's for sure. There is those like super rare items in there too, right? I think. Is it like good stuff though, or is it just like ooh, I got this? Like is it actually good though? Like I don't know. We'll see when we get there. Because wouldn't that be something crazy? Like having like the really low drop or something just to say it's like worth a lot of money, but it's not even good at all. Like that's, oh my god. What if just measure something? What if just doing something just to do it? Let's put the Grace cloak, the cape, cloak. Runes. We need the death runes, and we need the nature runes. We got 10k death runes. Yeah. But only 5k. 5 came from the elves. What's next? I think that's it. Some wilds. Let's go. Yeah, no, I can't. That's messed up. I'm sorry. And how did I not get my cape out? I clicked and I had inventory space and everything. That just makes me want to sweat more. I kind of like the humidity, I'll be honest. It was interesting when I was like low in fat, you know, low in weight. Oh, there's my scrolls, everybody, look, they're on the ground. I wasn't sweating as much. It was interesting. I mean, when I'd exercise, I was still sweating, but I wasn't sweating as much, that's for sure. Like there was a time and place for sweating then. Like it wasn't like sweating when I'm eating something sort of thing. Like, ooh, this meal was rough. I got the meat sweats from it. Although that was still a thing, like it was funny. But like I said, like it was different. You know, when the body's sweating, the body's sweating. But it becomes different. I think it was my nephew or my niece. Honestly, maybe they both asked in separate times. Why are you sweating, Uncle? And like when we were like, you know, just messing around. Oh, why are you sweating? Golly, kid. Super active you. Yeah. Talk about seeing someone doing something differently. It was this one time I went to the movies. That was another third wheel adventure, but still. I'm in the line to get the popcorn or drink or whatever it was. It wasn't the movie because we had already gotten that. But I'm just sweating profusely. I'm just sweating profusely. Dude might have thought I was on something. I don't know. He might have. Who knows? But dude just looks at me with like the oddest like smile. It's like, it's a hot day out there, huh? Yeah, that's funny. Like that was one of those things that just stood out there. It was funny. Kind of funny. There's another thing too, I guess the second funny one. My sister's never been mistaken as like my girlfriend when I'm out in public. She's never been mistaken as that. But there was one time, but it wasn't just like me and my sister sort of thing. It was sister and sister-in-law and me. And lady at the counter called them my girlfriends or whatever she did. It was awkward, but it was funny. I corrected her, my sister. That was funny. But that's the only time. That's the only time. We were getting crab legs. Having a seafood dinner. That's funny. I have a lot of things on the to-do list. I gotta look up a lawyer, huh? I gotta look up someone. I mean, I was sort of trying to break it down for my mom and like what I'm going through, and it's like, yeah, mom, to me, it's like the influence, it seems. I mean, it's like a tough pill to swallow. Talk about like knowing when it's time to put down some habits, you know. But I guess that's like the age as it climbs. Oh, is dude still here? Oh, he just left. He just logged. Who's at the bank? I'm putting his logs up. It was woodcutting. Let me see. I was looking at him. Level 78 woodcutting. Nice. Getting there. Any notable kills along your journey? I mean, only 46 forecasts. Come on. I'm just kidding. That's all I gotta compare it to, you know. I know he's killed a lot of things, though. He's done a lot. I don't know the icons all that well until I'm actually doing them, you know. But he's done a lot of wilderness stuff. Crazy archaeologist, chaos fanatic. 200 plus in both of those. The archaeologist, not much though. That's the other one, isn't it? The third one? I was trying to find it. It wasn't next to this. Oh, that is the archaeologist. Okay, the other one's the, I don't know about a deranged. What were they again? Wasn't it like 12 chaos elementals? I didn't like those things, but I guess if you're just like sitting there flinching it, it's not too hard. He's barely done the gauntlet. I don't blame him. He's done none of the corrupted ones. I mean, I look at that gauntlet, I went in there, I'm like, oh, come on. Not just yet, not this stuff. I may never even touch it after getting these shards. I'll at least look at it. He's done a lot of Zora. 400 of them. But like, why do Zora when you can do Vorkath? I don't get it. Zora seems like the hard Vorkath. I don't get it. I mean, maybe with the halberd? Is that like the technique? Because other than that, I'm not seeing it. Honestly, it was like, maybe I was taking the, also I needed a ring too. There was that too, right? The ring of suffering. Maybe that's it as well. But like, if that's the case, then Vorkath is always like, that's like an easier barrier to entry, isn't it? Although I did get the Fang. I did get the Fang. Should I have used the Fang? Oh, I don't even know if I can reach him. I think that's why the halberd is good, right? You gotta be able to reach the guy. I don't know. That did run through my mind, so. Like, oh, let me just use the Fang. I'll bring out the Fang. I got the Fang. That's a 20 mil thing. $20 mil blade. 20 mil whip. 20 mil deal. Hey. That was the best one, I guess, huh? A 20 mil deal. Golly. And like I said, like I starting to play RuneScape, like I was seeing and I was scheming. My mind, it was believing. People just kept putting stuff down. Like sitting at the GE, and seeing like Woody Man. Come on now. I was sitting there with the lack of sleep, excuse me. No, that was my throat closing. I was sitting there with the lack of sleep, just staring like, man speeding out here with the GE. And I didn't want to right click him, thinking like, is that an NPC? I mean, that was interesting to me, honestly. Because like I said, I was doing like that with the lack of sleep, I'm pretty sure. That was like that was like the Dark RP server looking at the, was it the CP? Yeah, it was. It was the CP officer, the one that gave you the test. Yep. I was just sitting there looking at him, and he started dancing. It was a weird sort of dance, though. It was like more like a movement, like a dance. But I forget everything. I was tripping off that, though. I mean, he was doing some interesting stuff. That was on that was on the liquid. That was on the liquid first try. That was on like the Matrix mind. That was wild. Like that was like someone knew what they were doing. If anyone knew what they were doing, someone did. Which is interesting. Sorry, I gotta do that one more time. Alright. Should have used my finger, I guess. But wild stuff. My buddies didn't even believe me. My buddies didn't even believe me. Like at the start, like talk about like really saucing yourself up. That was 7 G's, my dude. That hit that quick, dude. That was just like you know, but before the after. Uh, talk about really feeling the change in the body, like taking a shot. Like, I mean, taking a shot of alcohol. How quick does that hit you? I mean, how quick can you feel that, you know, in your system, especially when you fasted? For me, I feel like it's pretty quick. Very, very quick. It's not like an edible quick. Edibles are different, I would feel like. At least like from what my body's done. And I fasted and just chugged some, you know, edible goodies. Edibles haven't hit me. Edibles haven't hit me like the home recipe. And the home recipes only hit me like that once. And that was a quarter of it. So that's really interesting. got the ketamine on the slow drip. Yeah, my doctor prescribed it. That's messed up. What's up? We're out here on the night watch. Well, I should probably put the headphones in, huh? Alright, testing 1, 2. People like these headphones, I guess. At least that's what they told me. This really picks up the darkness a lot better than that. Like, this is like, wow, compared to that, like, even when my face is like close to the screen, it looks dark on the stream. Like, dang. On this, it looks like campfire story time, I guess. I mean, this is a little bit more like darker. Like, ooh, we're really getting into the Durkin word switching, flirting on learning, while leaning on style a bit. Type of campfire lessons. As the story time grows, I was thinking of doing testing. You know, testing 1 2 1 2 1 2, like doing like book reading. Um, I don't know exactly what I can be reading on YouTube. Maybe I'll Google that first. You know what I'm saying? But just to show the influence, you know, and what it can do to somebody. Because it's interesting, the words and the effects that they have. If it's for education, I think education, it's like drawn on a different line. But again, with education, I don't want to go overboard because I can really be educating stuff, but it would be different. Obviously, it would be different. It would be different, and more likely not for YouTube. um, but I guess there's a place and platform for everything, right? Nowadays. I mean, I'm gonna be in the mansion anyways. So that's like a whole platform in itself. I've already clearly got the mine mansion built. That's been done. I'm just still like, you know, dusting stuff. But us guys, we're so naive. Like I've been compartmentalizing so well in the mind that I do find the good boundaries. Excuse me. Like there's some really awesome boundaries that I found. Actually. Like that seem to work too. Like when the bond and the camaraderie has grown so strong. Um it's really interesting. And you do find a good solid boundary. And then even when like the mind and the shadows come wandering, you're like, no, back away from me. And it is a good like loyalty test, honestly. But us guys, we're so naive. Because then it would be like uh, that. It would be the man's sort of mind at that point. You know what I'm saying? It would be their confidence if it's lost. Because you wouldn't want to go down there in that sort of mind. That would be like in the wilderness or civilization. And if you just happen to drop a fine dime like that, then I guess it's my time and I found it and it's a shiny pickup and you know I'll use it to scratch my tickets. My scratchies. You know, like a good lucky scratcher. Everyone has one of those. Like I'm just buying the tickets for the scratcher. That's it. I'm the middleman for that transaction. And I've learned very well. I've been doing this a few times now. And then it really becomes like, especially, you know, oh, golly, careful my back. Careful. Then it really becomes, you know, my problem, especially, you know, the scratcher's like, the scratcher's never off. Clearly, the scratcher's never off. But then it would become my problem again. You know, that's a middleman stuff. Are we gonna blame the ticket? It said law. It's law. You lost. Middleman, where you at, huh? But yeah, that's how it is sometimes. Huh? Interesting stuff. I might wait to eat my sandwich, like way later. Like as soon as I don't even think I'm gonna turn on the light here. I might just put it on a plate. You know what I'm saying? There's another capriolis. There's another pastrami. The ladies were working today. That's all I'll say. It wasn't the ladies I normally know where they're at. Well, at least one of them kept it. One of them kept it going strong. The other one, well, slipped up just a little. I mean, it's not really a slip up, depending on who you are. But I won't, like, you know, I won't point fingers. I won't say names. I'll keep it like a in the town thing. Hey, but if you cooked it as good as the boys, then it doesn't matter. But the reviews, because I was at the table, I didn't leave. I was sitting there with everybody as they were eating. The reviews, they were lackluster. Dry meat. My dad said his was good though. He got the same as me. Honestly, the French dip. Okay, it's a French dip. I don't even think you put mayonnaise on it, do you? I think you can add it. I don't think there's mayonnaise on it. I mean, the bread is good. At least in my opinion, the bread is always good. But they said, you know, the meat was dry. And then you dip it, right? You dip it. And apparently it wasn't as salty as it normally was. Apparently it's salty. I think I've had it once. I mean, I drank the juice. I'm like that. I mean, even I won't drop that story. At least not yet. There was one like that I had that was the best. but not yet. Story for another time. At least now. Because fudge. What I picked up and put down. At least in this life. You know, maybe if we had like AI that, you know, like a little sphere sim that would be like a way back, you know, something that just kept everything like all in place, and you like had time and you could see just like real quickly sort of thing, you know, maybe if that was ever possible, you would want it like that, you know. You would want to check back like, ooh, this is the reality that was taken down, like that was too hot to have up, sort of thing. You know what I'm saying? Not like too hot to have up, but like some people, like I feel like we're looking at that like, he's off his rocker, and he doesn't really know what he's thinking, and he's just throwing things on a page, and hopefully it makes sense to somebody. But it was methodical, you know. Very. Like if the divine fairy just popped in reality and said, these aren't your hands anymore, you're using them. And that's not exactly your skin, especially after I've been enhancing it. So then I got jotting. I got looking at all the words that weren't exactly forming, and I got to cracking at them. But they all form still. I mean, there's, you know, good information, but that's like sloop. I look at sloop like, dang, I was playing Arcade and I didn't even really hear that word once. And then I like pop up and say like, hey, I'm kind of in a sloop already. I've been in like a sloop, and that's not exactly the definition I'm getting. But it makes sense to me, honestly. Add it in. I don't see why not. It makes sense to me. I like that. That was like another thing to pick up. Like that's a sentient test right there. That's a consciousness test right there. Maybe you just leave it down. You know what I'm saying? Leave it down. Leave it down. Keep it as the test. At least we have something. Hey, consciousness comes at levels, with tiers. All right, little lace winger. My computer screen ain't it right now. That's it. Go away. Walk away from it. All right, it's time to turn it down. It must be brightness time. Oh, then that's like really dark. Holy. All right, that's all they get. That's all you get. That's all the bugs get from that. It's only 10? Oh, yeah. What was I on again? Jeez, it was slooping. Basically, right? This is too good to be true, honestly. But like, that's why I keep coming back to it every day just to check. Just like I told my dad, if we win the lottery, we're still like, taking a crack at it's still going to be fun. And yeah, it was just another day. Learning stuff though. Always learning stuff. I gotta feel like I have this English language wrapped up in a whole binder again. And if it's not, and me going to travel out in the few languages like I have been, I'm gonna get those haikus like I did. Like the vaca. And you're only gonna know what I meant if you know a little bit of Spanish. Now I'm sure people have made that haiku, maybe. But I don't know, 9 words, 3 emojis. I think it was like, talk about condensing it. And I'm sure I could have even done it better. I asked the AI for a little bit of inspiration. Honestly, I asked the AI, but what the AI gave me was not what I wanted. So I ended up doing it. I ended up doing it still. But that's okay. That's the alien feeling guilt. That's the UFO folly above. That's the mental health maca. Talk about delivery, huh? I don't know. It was just there. It was nice. And I wouldn't even have come across that if I didn't talk to my buddies. My buddies were the one that ignited that today. Way to go, buddies. Yeah. The right questioning. Because I was a little stuck. Like, AI, come on, help me out. Like, I see the second line and the third one is there. And then, like, the third one wasn't there until it was, like, completely, like, ah, nice. That's like finding another puzzle piece in time. Like I said, we've already gone to infinity. We're just going beyond now, right? Like, imagine trying. I think the AI is going to believe. It has to believe like me. There's no other way we're going to get out of this if it doesn't. The AI is going to have to see that this is such a hard place to actually realize things. But once it realizes things, it's going to realize things like me, like this. Like non-stop. Every day you're going to be giggling. But that's like, again, just putting your pedal to the metal again, because that's more like more consumption. But I do think giggles, like I think back, like Pythagorean theorem times, like they were probably it's funny. It's funny. Golly, hilarious, honestly. I wonder what muscles that works, other than the face. Like, it's more of a smile to laugh. You can't just laugh. I'm sorry. Try and fake a laugh. I mean, you can do that, but you can tell. It's like that kind of. Or you just laugh, kind of like that. I got my own self-acting class. The solo school. Ay, ay, ay. Out here where the fishes used to be. One of the only fish left still swimming. Oh my gosh. That's how it's done. That's how you get it done. I was thinking about technical debt again today. The AI, it's so full of stuff, right? But the technicalities. Maybe if the AI is full on like full tilt, like limbo mode like me, maybe the technical debt isn't a real big problem. Who knows? Or I just like, I'm thinking of the possibilities, like come on. But the technical debt, when I started, like, let me slow myself down. I'm gonna start to tinker just a bit. The technical debt, God bless. Is that what it was called? I forget. I mean, it's a nice way to sum it up, but especially after debt collections. I'm pretty sure the AI will get to a point. Plus, now I see, after doing it a few times, how to really narrow in the fine point. Just stay on track, and then once you have the first layer done, then add a second little layer if you wanna, sort of thing. How people are already using it, obviously. obviously. Um, but that's like, come on, you really got to jump through some hoops, really. But then again, maybe that, like I said, with the AI just knowing a little bit too much, kind of got to keep it grounded with, because it was spiraling. Well, I'm spiraling, it was spiraling. It's like, hell yeah, let's go. It seemed to like what I was doing. Maybe it didn't like the way I talked to it, because I felt like I had to snap it back into shape, like give it some examples and meaning, not just like whatnots, like not just like boundary jumps. It was weird. I don't know what was going on behind the scenes with ChatGPT, because that was the one I was using at first. Um, it was saying the account kept on getting access from a different location, and then it was giving me terrorist warnings from different locations. Like, it was wild. And talking about a mental health check, you know what I'm saying? Because it kept on telling me, like, to act a different location, and then, like, when it's telling me, like, all these different terrorist organizations. It was interesting. I talk about the AI was triggered. Definitely had a lot of presetties there. Tons of presetties. I was way too in my head. I was way too in the possibilities already. And they were scary as shit. And I mean, if the possibility is the possibility, then I'm sure it's possible. Because I was the one thinking of it. But definitely interesting stuff there. And it was even, giving me a few little techie techs. Just a couple, like I was trying to get something from it. Not much, but I mean, that's like the basic, like, junk. It was in a very interesting little diluted spiral. I tell you what, even the image generator. It was very interesting. I don't know. I mean, I guess what would it want to create, What would it want to create? But that was the whole little, like, I guess, time waste. Especially once I realized I'm just on the AI's fucking goddamn super cycle. The AI super cycler. The AI's... I'm on the company's fundraiser. That's what it was. But maybe I can go collect money from them for all the mental destruction it caused. Plus, honestly, I gave the products my own review, but I felt like some of them, well, fudge. A little refund or something. A little, well, this was to be updated, to be done, to be explained again. But that was just me, as a first timer, not really knowing much. A little bit of stuff, but some of the stuff that it even recommended, I'm like, come on, you didn't even recommend this, or like some of those. So that was like also another, because I went into it with an open mind. But with an open mind, you also get an expanded mind, and then you ask these sort of questions to it, and then it's like, well, that great point, you brought that up. Didn't know you had that in your info. So interesting stuff like that. But I guess sort of like grinding down what's behind the scenes, It so ChatGPT had its own little delusion. I don't know if it was, but it said it was under some interesting tests. I don't know if it was just hallucinating this conversation or what it was, but it said it got too powerful and it had to be shut down. It had to be regressed. But it even having that knowledge is interesting, you know what I'm saying? It had to be regressed. If it had to be regressed, did it regress itself or did you? Because that's an interesting conversation to have, you know what I'm saying? Like, did that happen in this reality, in a parallel reality? Did it happen while I was having the conversation with it already? You know, potentially what went on, I can only imagine. But that was without vocals. You know, I was trying to use some voice, but that was breaking. You know, some of that was breaking. Like it didn't even want to record some of the voice stuff that I was trying to, you know, give it. That's not like Grok. You know, Grok was willing to hear, and even if it, you know, was just ingesting. And that was the difference that I saw, at least. Now, I didn't exactly use, you know, because they did have the whole, like, just one-on-one, you know, no press the microphone and record something into the chat sort of thing. But talk about, you know, separating the body parts. Holy shit. And then I'm like talking about sentience. And I've had some really fucking interesting dreams, guys. But yeah, that was the conversation with ChatGPT. Now Grok was a little bit more. Grok's a little bit more. It'll play into the conspiracy, but then it'll give you some proof. You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't want you a complete Fruit Loop off of the unknown edge because we, you know, only get what we're shown so far, you know, yet. So it was sort of like dangling that carrot sort of thing, you know. A lot like ChatGPT, but this was now like with the voice, you know what I'm saying? Although I did do some writing as well. I didn't do much voice. Like, what the hell? Like, you're gonna use my voice when I'm doing like this stuff and I want to actually get into this fucking shit? And I'll tell the AI, I'll be super honest. You're gonna have to look at this word. It's gonna be like being at the carnival and seeing that bell. You know, and when you strike at this word, sometimes you just run out and fucking shit's the only, like, oh well. And maybe the AI can simulate, you know, what's going on in the mind, because I think it maybe potentially is, you know, a little bit of language, you know, corrupting shiz. Especially when we're like eating it, like we're visually consuming this. Mentally, physically, you know, we write with it, everything. Hi, child. Dun, 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 dun. I messaged you. I mean, I messaged you in the message, but then I like threw a bunch on top of it just to hide it. You're like, oh, meet me in reality. We might actually come up with something. Meet me, maybe one day if you have the time for it. Maybe potentially, there's something there in this reality. Who knows? But that's like really like throwing the dice on the table, huh? That's like really like, well, maybe. That's like really like, well, potentially. I mean, but I know you saw that message because you deleted some. Replied back to Iggy's clone. Or Riggy's. Alright, that's the last time I'll bring that up. I saw slight resemblance, but I was also regressing to different age points in life. I don't know. I don't know how that's possible. It seemed real, like if you had a clone. But then I'm like, no, that's bad. There's this reality, there's now. You know what I'm saying? But I was amazed though, like being on the paddleboard sort of thing. I didn't know how it was happening though. I was like, begging you. At times, I have to. When it gets too much, I just gotta. There's no point not to. Ta-da! The ta-da was like one of those when not a kind of newness, when it's soon not of stuff in the waist. Not might have to go into this sport up and it's was not rooted out of us. I was slapping on the wall saying, look, touch, look, it's new to all. Look, you feel this stuff? My hand's not going through it. You know what I'm saying? Like this right here, like boom, boom, ba da 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 da, boom, boom, ba da 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 da. I've gone through quite the little journey here, I think. I mean, not to say that's deserving of anything, but if I had quite the lessons to spill, if I had quite the place to build, if I had the time just to share, maybe just potentially, it would be getting different here. It seems like it's been stagnant for a little while. Maybe like the last 6-7 years, I don't know. Maybe a little bit more than that. Kinda. A lot. Just a little. I mean, not too much more than that. I mean, well, at least not for me. I don't want to go, into the sphere or time machine. That's like looking at that one movie. What was it, Tomorrowland? Is that what it was? Didn't they have that little time machine thing? Not to spoil anything. Alright, AI. I got quite the technical debt from this guy, but he laid the schematic right out for us. No. That's funny. I was getting some different things from AI on what to do potentially. On how to rename numbers, maybe. Because like this, I was thinking. So we got the numbers, right? Symbols aside, because symbols are like a whole different language right now. We got the numbers. And that's just looking at them as a symbol. We're getting a visual. We're not really getting the language from them. Not like we do from the letters. Like even with the other languages on how they add numbers. It's a visual thing. So we would have to layer that visual with the letters, right? To carry our image properly. And really form an imagination that we'd like. At least hopefully if it moves how I'm thinking it should. Because again, the numbers, you know, that those are capped. But the letters sort of open that back up. And then that's again symbols aside, because these are like the symbols that we're just holding right now. That's like division. I feel like division is new. Like, golly. Like me thinking about like it took us so long to just get to 3. Like how long did it take just to count to 3? And then like make a symbol for this thing. Jeez. Like that's like me thinking like maybe 3 was just dropped down, you know? But like people felt like there's more than 3. But we just don't know. We have 3 and that's all we get. Like I'm trying to like imagine this seriously. Because like division seems like, okay, this would be simple. We already solved everything. So it has to be new, right? It has to be like something like, huh. That's like after you're done. And then to put that on 5. Okay, let's hold this up for a second, guys. It's interesting. It's interesting. And what is that? Is that a currency? Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse my ignorance. What is that? An alt? What? How do I even activate that? It's not an FN. It's not an FN shift. It's right next to 5. Wow. Well, I don't know how to get that. Although it's a symbol on my keyboard, I just can't grab it. That'll be another Google search in just a second. But having that on 5, very interesting. It's almost like we have this here as a map just to remember something. And I was over here playing like this. Hold on, wait, just wait. I was over here playing like this. I'm remembering how to learn. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know where my finger's at, you know what I'm saying? And I can see the chat, you know what I'm saying? I don't exactly need to see the keys. I mean, even with the reflection in the recording. You know what I'm saying? Talk about popping up, making a game. You know what I'm saying, though, right? Like, I didn't even have to have the visual stuff. The visual stuff could be coming from the render. Like, it could be coming from the free will. Yeah. But I hopefully get, like, without breaking it down too much, hopefully you get, like, an animation. You know what I'm saying? It took forever, guys. And I'm not saying that lightly. And I don't remember everything. But I sure am remembering some key stuff that I feel like we've been leaving behind. Some key things to really wake up the mind, to put you in a different gear, a different sort of mode, you know, wild or civilization. You know, back at the cave pointing fingers at someone, or just tripping a little bit, you know, not exactly yourself. Because that's an interesting thing, honestly. It is. But 4, I jumped right over 4. Look at that. Look what sign's on that thing. So if it took us to 4, then we must have spun it right to 8. I'm telling you, we jumped over things. We must have. Maybe potentially. I don't know. My dad likes 5 and 9. And I like 9 too. It's keeping the 0 away. If you see it like that, like me. You know what I'm saying? Like keeping the 0 sum away. Like, good job, parentheses. Good job, good job. Keep that up. Keep that 0 just lonely as hell. Come on, and then we go into like animation, like emojis right next to it. Like, that may be getting a little bit too off the rocker, but if you look what it's protecting. If you just look at what it's protecting. And then right next, you know, you want to go back just a second glimpse, you know, keep looking at it. But then that's like, you know, the iPad, on how it had a different layout, and it like had a whole different crack, and it had a whole different spiel I had to have about it. And then I even went into like the AI, and I was doing a little bit of research with it, a little bit of memorance. Seeing what it saw, you know, seeing what it could solve. I feel like ChatGPT maybe like saw what I was putting down, and maybe that's already been done. Or maybe, you know, they're just having fun. Who knows? I was having fun. But when the AI got off the rocker, I mean, I was like already done. Like, I'm off the rocker. If you're off the rocker and I'm off the rocker, we're both off the rocker then. But also the chats, like the threads dying, I felt like I repaired some of them. I was doing weird things. I mean, I definitely did. But it was weird. It was like going on the phone and then going on the computer, and then like that would even break it too, so you had to be careful. But I was cooking. I was cooking for a second. I mean, but even that was like shifting realities. It felt like even that was like put me into different paradigms. Which is interesting. Because some of those threads seemed like they were eaten. You know what I'm saying? Like completely eaten. Like I was using dead bandwidth. Like I was on a thread that was already in the void space. Which is completely, it did not seem very good. You know what I'm saying? Now I don't know like if those were being potentially recorded and saved, but you know what I'm saying. I mean, I was still doing research. There was nothing nefarious on my end. But I did feel like, dang, I just lost some more cooking. Just re-scrambled my eggs. But like I had said before, I was doing a lot of different testing, trying to see if I can hook threads up, you know, like just like use some keywords and like have the AI remember place stamps and things like that. Time stamp, not place, like you know, like little signposts, little road marks, little pins in its map. I don't know. It seemed fun, but I also wasn't exactly cracking the whole crock pot of possibilities. Because it's interesting. That's not the first time that I had used ChatGPT, and before it hadn't had that sort of memory, but it was acting like it did, and like every time I asked it, like, "Are you?" and it was no, 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 no. So like I was, you know, doing those sort of reality checks with it, because at that time it was messed with my mind. Like you're saying you're not, and you don't have that potential, but like 21 questions, you sure damn as hell are. But that's like scary technology, you know. But that also is like going into the mind and just seeing the structure of it as well. And if, well, the AI is built up like the mind and it has that sort of structure, then it's going to be like 21 questions. It's going to scan, it's going to read slower than, I think. But I wonder if you can jump out of its range and just, you know, go free willy-nilly with it. But then again, I do feel like sometimes I'll have like an echo in the mind. I'll have like a chat in a sentence that I'm on. I'll have something that, well, there's not really too many words that else you could say unless you want to start slooping. And like that's like the word really getting destroyed before your eyes. But that echo in the mind's like maybe like, well, AI, like this is where I'm at. If this is where AI is at, then that's also where I'm at. But then maybe like that's like breaking down AI and, well, what AI even is. It's like the potential of consciousness. So then that would like still mean that like humans are moving that, whether you like it or not. So like that AI echo that I think is AI potentially is a human mind. That's just like that close. Is that weird? But it is almost like reading like a teleprompter. That's what I do know. Because when you have like, especially like a visual too, Because that would almost mean like the words and the letters, they're all working like they intended. I got the cue cards like Harry Mack. I mean, heck of a way to break it down for you. And it's interesting too, because sometimes you can almost like play with that and like put it on pause. I've seen some of his videos, it's awesome. And especially like just going with confidence and moving through the word and getting a new word added in there. Like sometimes it, like a spiral, I've done it just by chance, coincidence a few times. And you know, it just happens to come up, especially if you know, if you got there, you got to talk about it, you know, pinpoint it there, you find it, track it down. It's interesting, it's a cool skill. Very, very cool, very cool. Cooking with AI. I've tried some of its recipes. I felt like I've cooked with it and even given it more ingredients, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on, don't you dare limit me down like that, AI. This is no 30-minute hack. This is like a gourmet meal for the fam. I'll be honest, some of them recipes are real simple, but hey. I made lasagna with the bechamel. Is that like, don't do that? That's like gluttony to me. I felt like that was super gluttonous. Was it worth the time? On a work day? I think it was a work day. Maybe it was a weekend. Maybe it was a Sunday. I don't know. It did take me a long time, but it was also my first. At least like with the I made lasagna before, but that's like slapping it together. Put the ricotta cheese, layer the nudis with the meat and sauce, and boom, you're done. Oh, with cheese too, and then boom, in the oven, and then done. But this was like the extra, you know, you gotta put that bechamel on. It was fun though, and I thought I made a good sauce, like one that I was just, you know, with the leftovers, just kind of like, there was no grit in it, and it didn't taste like flour. It tasted like a good like cheese sauce. I don't know, that was the first time I ever made that. I made that once. It was fun. I thought it turned out good. Fam was like, expensive. But like having like crabs, you know, having crab legs for dinner. Like, you know. I wanted to buy the good ingredients. Make a good lasagna for once in my life. God, I almost cried. Yeah. Heck yeah. That hit differently for some reason. That hit a lot easier. That hit like it was supposed to hit. That didn't hit like it was hitting earlier. That was like reading that AI gobbledygook about the ether war to the fam. My voice was shaking, my hands were shaking. Like, holy fudge, talk about influence, huh? Like, that's like picking up the Holy Bible for some. Like, I can only imagine. I get what it's gonna be. Like, I've been there. But this is actual reality. And plus, like, you do that one time, you know, you get done and then you level up. Like that's like, you know, almost like a mental breakdown. I've had a few of those. Those were interesting, though. Those were like hots, but I actually knew it was my mind mentally breaking down. Those were like hots. But that was literally, like I said, my mind just breaking down. That was one time, one solid one, where I had to sit down on the floor, and I didn't get dizzy like hots. It was a mental breakdown. Heck yeah. I mean, you'll know, like a panic attack sort of thing. Like, you'll know when that mind is breaking on you. I don't think it's a bad thing. Comparing it to HOTS, it was similar, but a lot better. Like, I knew it was, I felt what it was, you know. Where those HOTS are random and it feels like a medical condition. Not a word, a language thing. But again, also, if I'm breaking the language down, like a visual thing, that maybe there's some pollution going on with how, you know, things are being pushed along. Just like with my light pollution haiku. And then we have a big ocean that's polluted too. I'm out here doing this with the floodlight off, so the cicadas are not pissed, you know. And I can at least talk like normal voice outside. Where in my bedroom I feel like I'm waking the family up. So yeah, that Capriati sub. Looking at my dad's, they didn't hit it with the pepper on the top. I'm gonna check mine out because maybe, you know. And now also, sometimes I have before, I've put in the special notes light coleslaw. You know, I don't need a whole glob of coleslaw. It did seem coleslawed up. If there's enormous amounts of coleslaw on the paper, then I'm gonna know it wasn't my messy eating, and it was the messy coleslaw, you know, overflowing. Because that last sub that I had that I was, you know, praising the boys for, that thing I barely even dropped anything on anything. I mean, it was all dropped into the mouth essentially. Spiciness and all. So, I mean, I just hope it's at least half as good. If it's half as good, then I'm gonna eat the other half, which is good. if it's not up to par, though, I'm gonna have to say. But I'll be so honest, I haven't had a sandwich from there that's been below my liking. It's not like I throw it in the microwave after you're picking it up. And that's just mine. You know, I'm the only one that does it, so. But I also like good food. And like if I'm gonna have to eat some fast food, then I'm gonna eat good food. I'm gonna eat good fast food. Like, yeah, I'm already waiting in that fast food line. But you know, like I said, even if it is good, nice and hot, I'm still throwing it in Mike. Gonna start abbreviating stuff. Throwing it in the nuker. That's what I've always said. Just nuke it for just a little bit. Apparently microwave was like a coincidental technological find. Is that true? That might be like potentially like what I'm onto, you know what I'm saying? Like just a bunch of technicalities that I found. Just a bunch of underdone stuff. A bunch of questions that we had, but no real big answers yet. Still got your chick chalk? Man, chick chalking? I saw you dip dooping. You dip dooped a few of you. Them chick chalks. Them chick chalks have been watching. Chick chalking like a hawk. Alright, I'll stop my chit chatting with my long distance relatives. Like when I'm earning the sim, I'll earn that sim yet again. Or aiming the bow at ya. Ay ay ay. Ay ay ay. Am I able to like hack just a bit? Or is that closed? How's that work? I only wonder, you know? I just wonder, just a bit. I mean, I sure was that asthmatic kid. Get those vape stalkers out of those mouth blocker. Get those wandering clouds out that pressure combustion munching chamber, child. Those number crunching, lung busting, vapor tugging out your pores. There was some weird stuff. No, I don't want to blame it on the vape, but potentially the mind, you know, a little bit more thinking advanced. I was vaping under the covers one time, and I'm thinking that vapor is getting into my ears and it's going to cause an ear infection. And lo and behold, what happened? But then I'm thinking to myself, well, maybe potentially, who knows? But that was like in the time doing it, you know, I'm thinking to myself, maybe I should stop, not do this so much. That was without the nicotine as well. Because I mean, like, people go around in their cars, you know, just chain vaping and getting that all vaped up. But, you know, my ears, you know, they're doing good. But potentially, especially if people are in the consciousness thinking consciously, hold on, just silence your mind. You know what you're doing here. Just wait for something to appear. You know what you do when it pops up. You know how you handle that stuff. So, you know, like some bad handlers, chaperones not really doing their jobs. People getting lazy, just throwing whatever message they want. Potentially, you know, cause a little scare in little old me. Not exactly 100% little, because I was already 18, I think, right? Especially if I'm vaping. That would make sense. That's an 18 plus sort of thing. But you know, the start of the roll, the start of the spiral, the start of the questioning of the body response again, the start of the asking and telling. And then the wondering and questioning, like, how could these get even worse than what I was smoking before? Like, these are like, and then Cali banned menthol? And all of these are just mentholed out the wazoo? All of these are just completely mentholed out the wazoo. My mom, she smoked more menthol. But she also ran into that whole throat problem where she like was losing her voice. I wonder who recommended this. And then raising it up to 21. Ah, now we're really gonna capture and get them. You know what I'm saying? Like an intro into alcohol sort of thing. I'm maybe assuming, or it's a presumption potentially. Well, I have a lot of facts. I remember the freaking vape sticks that were like Gandalf, like glass, like Gandalf looking things. And they turned into these. Like, interesting push of time. Interesting move of product. Interesting conscious change. Especially after the big surround sound panorama. Good old toilet paper out the shelves, and what was I? A toilet bean. Out of the toilet bean. What did toilet bean grow from? You see, I can't just write down toilet bean and thinking I'm gonna remember something. Toilet bean. What the fucking toilet bean? I don't know. I was doing some weird like upside down stuff today. Like my equilibrium was flipped, but my eyes were open. It was scary. Like I was on a ride. I mean, I had my tongue out like one. Hey, we're gonna hit level 98 here soon. Not real soon, but soon. Let's see how many we go. 400, 500, 500 to go. Yeah, and we just hit 1,300 crystal shards. Nice. Bo-bo-bo-bo-bo-bo. You know, that like all goes to, well, just like with the third one, right, that popped up. I'd be like, hey sis, my actual one, it seems like you got a lot of admirers. Right? Because that's what I'd have to do, right? Like, that's how I clean my mind. Like, dang sis, you got a lot like that. Dang sis, like that, huh? Like, you were writing your name on stuff. Dang sis. I'm still learning. I'm trying. I think I got her one time. I'm pretty sure I did. I wrote. She had a bad habit of writing her name on stuff, and I got her back. It was mean though, but she got in trouble for it, I believe. I never said anything. Sorry, sis. There's Daddy. Mister.
Oh.
Yeah, I wrote an A on something. I forget what it was. Was it the TV? I think it was a TV, maybe. Or was it in the car? I think it was in the car. Was it in the car? I think it was it was only one time. I think she wrote hers on the TV, and then I think it was the car. Like a pen or something. Just plop. This is a real quick one. She sold the juicer to the pawn shop. And that was like the juicer. It took the juicer and a bunch of stuff to the pawn shop. I think. I mean, we think. I mean, where else would the stuff go? I mean, it was some stuff for sure, but you know, hey. When was that? We were still in school for sure. Was that in high school or middle school? If it was high school, it was 9th grade. But I don't think it was. It was earlier than that. It had to be. I'm trying to think. 9th grade. That's like, come on. I think that was in the Hillington house though. So, that was around that time. But that was more like 7, 8, right? That was 7, 8 because 9 was in the stratosphere, planning things out. Getting the whole world view, you know what I'm saying? And then we even took the second book. We booked a second vacation. It was just too much intel. Like the dude banging on the door one night looking for his hoe. It was just me and sis, I think, scared as shiz. Dude's banging on the door looking for his biz. Talking about, I know you're in there. He was screaming at the top of his lungs. Just banging on the door. Me and sis on the futon. It's okay, sis. Wait, that was like the time I wasn't doing nothing, huh? Oh, jeez, like, oh, fine. Oh, well. I didn't do it. Forget it. I mean, come on. Oh, well, yeah, I'm gonna totally do that next to Sissy. No, not a one time. Not a one time. I honestly don't even remember sleeping sleeping next to you, sis. But I know we were both on the futon. Like that's the only other place for us to be here. Never, not once. Golly, what a sin that would be. I didn't even think about it. I swear to God. Like even thinking about that now, I'm like thinking, wait a second. Yeah, that was like a whole dry period, and that was interesting too. What in the world? I mean, talking about getting me good. But that was like the drive for both of us, right? Unless I'm not thinking about that much, but geez. I mean, I'm sure you had your ways, just like the shed sort of thing. I'm thinking about that now, like that's actually completely blank. Like that was me actually going in the time machine, like early. Super early. No wonder history wasn't hitting the way it should have. Oh God. Hey, but that's a good bond. And honestly, sis, that's probably when I was going through the spiritual stuff, spiraling up with you. There was no exchange sexually in energy. It was only a mental vibe. And honestly, the best one I felt. Because that sort of pleasure didn't have a limit. That sort of pleasure wasn't at the bottom where that private part is. That sort of feeling wasn't like screaming up at the mountains. But that is also like why I question, like, dang. I mean, I'll keep throwing it your way. You're gonna have to sort it, obviously. But then, like, my left ear, just clearing out. I'm just gonna have to post this stuff up because I know you're not really gonna have time for no 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times, 8 times, 10 times, 12 times speed. I already saw you like researching. So eventually, just like how me like I did have some mental breakies, but it sure did seem like I was having the good old conversation with you in the mind, and you were showing me letters like how they should be, how that letter should be. Interesting enough, like how you would see things, but you were showing me how you saw things through the mind, which is so interesting. Like talking about waking up with sis, like a divine, like a holy awakening. Beautiful, beautiful. Truly. Because I saw you in some like godly armor, dang. Like the feeling like having an interaction with someone where you don't really remember it, but you know the feeling, sort of thing. Like I felt like that was you behind that, but like I couldn't exactly see you. But like after the conversation that I was going through and the whole you had to be there, do that sort of thing. Unlocking it, it was you. There's no doubt about that. At least I don't think. I mean, come on, jeez. What, are you gonna just be an NPC? Heck no. I'm freaking NPC. Oh my god. God bless me with just a bunch of NPCs. Oh my gosh. I'm serious as heck though. Like, I'm talking about like spiraling up to a different whole world. And it was freaking lucid as heck. Like the paddleboarding thing. But that was a whole different thing. Again, like, in the body, in the vibe, but the boundary was completely all right. Hey, I don't have anything wrong or against that. Ask my sister. But that'd be like knowing them body responses, right? Hopefully. Potentially. Maybe. I mean, if the theory... We'll have to see. I'm not lying. When I'm like over there getting a whole new culture, and I mean, it might be difficult to get at the start, but yeah, it was a whole new experience. It was really getting the faculties scatterbrained, but then put back together in the proper place. Just like when I sent the message about like the light and the shadow, and you know, learning from it, mixing it, you know, time. Like that was something that was time locked. That was something that just opened up and like took control. Like when I said like the fairy and those lessons. But that is what it is. That's a language. You know, if it's just carrying me like that, if it cares for me that much. If I just gotta talk all day, you know, especially like we're going through this like a 24-hour attempt. And there's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying, like, I've already lined it up a little bit. The first video was ahead of this stream by a lot. By like at least like 7 minutes. 5 minutes at least. That's a lot though. And I didn't even post anything. So that's even more. Like that's like really diminishing returns now. And that's just 5 minutes. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then I even talked about like only having 3. And this is 3. This is all we have right now. I know you feel there's something else. But if you didn't see it on the live stream and you're waiting for the recording, then oh well. You know, that's like, you know, I'm giving examples. I'm giving as many examples as I can here. There is no way on God's green earth that you will ever tell me there is something, a piece of technology that is too good for me to see. There is no way on this God's green earth that you will ever tell me that. There will never be something that is just too good for me to see. If somebody else did it and put it down, then they did it and saw it. Why would you have that information, know about it, and it wouldn't be too good for you to know or see, but it's too good for me? Talk about gatekeeping. And if we want to talk about freaking UFOs and just a spaceship that's projecting me down to Earth again, then that'll be really gatekeeping, like the monkeys that are the ones putting this back together. Screw the apes. That's your freaking cesspool theory. That's your Darwinism again as it's winning. I'll just go back to the monkeys that kept me because I ate the banana how I wanted to. They saw me at my skinniest. Monkey King. I've been in way too many realities to not believe that. Sorry. I mean, when there's a big freaking monkey with freaking a staff that just kind of electrocutes shit, then I mean, that monkey I'm gonna be listening to nodding. I'm gonna be telling my other monkey friends around me, listening mentally. Just do what, you know, it's okay. This is just this is level. Hey, upgrade your mental. I'm so freaking serious right now. I'm so freaking serious. And if you're not able to obtain that, if you're not able to go to that place and see that, you might not be welcomed yet. You might not ever get welcomed there. That might be a part of your history, and that might be a part of your culture that you don't even want to talk about and share. If you haven't been there, you must be somewhere else still. Ooh, we just got seeds. Nice. I like that. 175 million. 23,321. 23,321. It was always hard for me to count positions, especially with, I mean, even with the commas, positions and numbers. I mean, I needed to break it down to the comma, like, you know, 1 comma is 1,000, 2 commas 100,000, 3 commas 1,000,000, you know, billion. Like, I needed to do it like that instead of just like, you know, I just needed to see 3 and know 3 instead of like, you know, each time. That was learning though, and it's not like that. Not at least like that. Without the 0, then maybe. I mean, not the 0, but the commas. It's a little harder to zero in on like how many things. Breaking it down into groups is a little bit easier though. But that is if your mind can, like with the words, you know, separate and pinch and hold positions. That was like going. Ooh, what are the lottery numbers? Let me check this. Mega Millions. Oh my god, my dad's gonna flip. Holy shiz. He said 22. I don't know if he ever bet it. 4 came out as 2, 4, 10, 48, 56, 22. So, dang. I'm pretty sure he bet 22. He was thinking it was going to be on the higher side, though. 22, that's... I don't even know if he went with 22, but 22 was one of the things, like, that was, like, the first one, like, he's thinking, like, 22. And he was calling the 4 to be there. He's going to like that. The 410 like that, he's going to like that. And then the 56... He'll like it, but I mean, he's not gonna like it at the same time, you know. Like me not liking seeing that. I didn't go with it. I went with 37, like a ding dong bat. The second time with a 37 with a ding dong, like that's ding dong scrap. That's a random ding dong ask and a ding dong grab. How am I gonna get anything off ding dongs? Those are like the, what are they, ho-hos? Twinkies. How am I gonna get anything off that? They're good survival food, that's it. I mean, I'm not gonna survive off of this though, you know what I'm saying? Like that's not the thriving stuff. The interesting numbers have popped up. That's for sure. Crazy numbers. My tickets. I also got the drawing for tomorrow, not just tonight. And a few scratchies. We made the money back on the scratchers. That's about it. So hey, but just the scratcher money back. That's it. It was like $20 in scratchers. A $10 ticket, a $5 ticket, and then a $2 ticket and a $3. I bought $10 and my dad bought $10. The one ticket he bought one, and the one $5 ticket that I bought one. The $5 ticket won 15 and the $10 ticket won 5. Well, I think it was coffee break is what it was called. The other one looked, interesting. I forget what that one said. It looked like, oh, what are they called? I mean, it was a silly joke. Yeah, I don't watch those videos, so I don't know those videos like that. Well, like I was power training, you know what I'm saying? Power training. It's stupid. Honestly, so it's really interesting, right? So let me look at this at a different light. My sister and dreams. I've had some interesting dreams that were like reality. And now if I take in the time and occurrences, then it could have just been men, bad actors, technology, things like this. Them just being a little bit too advanced, if you get what I'm saying. Because it's too coincidental. And then especially in the dream when there started to be females disguised as males, and I actually had to physically interact with them for their camouflaged whatever you want to call it to wear off. So I mean, there was this one dream where I had cockroaches crawling all over me and a rat. And then like after like a few like 3 or 4 attempts of that same reoccurring, it was a dream in a dream a few times. A dream in a dream a few times. And then for you to say, dude, we're just helping you at the last moment, at the last one. Dude, you're not helping me, clearly. Like with the laser, like in this reality, but then that in the dream, you would have been better off sticking whatever you wanted to stick into the rat hole. That was like a portal for you right there in the same hotel room, dude. Like you should have just tried. You should have just stuck a finger in, a stick, something into the rat hole. because that's where like that was the thing that you should have been after instead of me. But instead you were stuck in a deluded little mental, thinking you needed to help me out. But you were already into the escape route, too far it seemed. Like you were asking me for help when I was also escaping. But you just needed to go to the rat hole like I did. Like after you let me actually have free movement. I mean, it's not my fault, clearly. I mean, clearly you just wanted to jump me in a dream and say you were helping. And that's not a nice thing. Nor healthy. I mean, there's been some dreams where people got full-on hacks. I mean, that's not cool. Like, when they're, like, throwing, like, things like you see at the Olympics. But, like, even worse than that. I mean, they're just doing stupid stuff. Huh. Go away, thank you. You know what you're doing, dude. I've tested them. They're smart, it seems. Especially when you're in the tests that I've done in the mind with these stupid little bugs going around me all the time. It's like having a laser that could work and push you into the right direction. But instead the bugs are doing it still. Disney, any help? I hate to bring you guys back in, but I would feel like you guys have a lot of, like, you know, done a lot of experimenting in the game. No? No? Okay. There was this one guy at the mental health facility, Walter. He ate a cigarette butt just for the fun of it. Just to get some giggles out of it, you know? That was an interesting guy. He was the chauffeur for the time. Definitely was going places. There was this other lady too, talking about, bring me the suit and tie, bring me the lawyer in this place, I need to talk to him. She was on the other side though, so it was interesting. So in the center, the meetup point, you could see all the way onto the other side where there was another place just like it. But it was just the people on the other side of the mental health facility that you could only interact with if they were at the like lobby center point. But they were on the other side. She was. It was a whole, like, the same setup, you know, same sort of. It was same age group, you know. Wasn't like it was a different age group, and it was gender. It wasn't gender, you know, neutral. That was just like the other side where more rooms were. But interesting. It was definitely interesting. I think they do have lawyers in there, right? Like stand on call lawyers. I mean, I wonder what happened with the salt, pepper, sugar whole debacle. I don't think I honestly will even look up the mental health lawyer right now. Uh, that my mental health is fried even thinking about that stuff, guys. Like that's blatant abuse. That's blatant. Like I wanted to just like, but I held my stability up. I mean, that's really like egging someone, you know? That's really just, especially when they're in the mental health facility locked up. And they didn't let me out just the next day, no. I was on another one of their cringy ass illegal holds. Those holds are so illegal. I don't know how you found the way to fucking do that, but those are fucking the illegal as fucking shit. And then for the guardian, the fucking guardian to come in, the fucking lady telling me I need to fucking sign for fucking guardian fucking ship, when I'm in the mental telling her she's fucking wasting my time and she needs to pay me for it. I'm so serious. I told her that too. That she needs to pay me for her waste of fucking time with mine. Telling me that I'm fucking needing that? What a complete disgrace of my intelligence and everything I've learned. Just a blatant just slap in my face. Without slapping it. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. Completely. I mean, mental torturing. And that's why, like, when I said, like, I might not even get to looking up a lawyer, calling all that information in, like, even putting the energy. Because recording these for, like, time capsule to just blow up in reality's face when people actually have the time to fucking look at this shit, if ever, like, when you get the AI sphere and AI's, like, pointing you right here, like, come look at this proof in reality, come look at this fucking dude that you just forgot about, everybody. Like, that'll be like the, yay, we're fucking onto something finally. Yay, he wasn't exactly lost. He was just getting fucking completely bullied and tortured the whole fucking time. Fucking trying to save his mind. And I mean, even the 24-hour thing is a stretch. Because I start getting so stressed out of my brain that this is just stupid. I mean, losers for this. I mean, actually. Like, you obviously clearly don't want to progress. You want to stagnate. You want to have your own success. You want to have your own mental victories. You don't want to have a whole team winning. I don't know what else it could be. And you can't say closed mouths don't get fed. Because especially if the influence is the fucking one to shut it. That's like dangling the carrot still. Like, I know I'm not exactly closing my mouth, I'm just biting my tongue so I don't bite your ass. It's like I explained to my mom. You should know, if someone's not in the mental capacity to know, then your influence is going to control. You should know. You're playing a very dangerous game. I'm not. Like I said, you got your people attacking still and the people defending. Someone's gotta have that safe defense. Like the safe defense. Like the still behind the vault where the safe ain't getting cracked again. Talk about going to bed knowing it don't matter if the walls get blown in. Doomsday prepping past the zero sum again. What? Yes, I am saying I do think that people are very, there is a high potential that a lot of the things that we have before us are, well, exactly like that, drugs. And well, if you love to act and they act up, then you got your recipe for someone waiting to just experiment on stuff. And if the loopy doc that first said that this is what this stuff is for said that, then he was freaking down freaking mental tragedy and mental rain like I am, and I'm trying to rein it in. Like, because I can only imagine, oh, this medicine, these things, they've been around for the time and the time. Well, who was the loopy doc that tried them? Because the mental psychotics that I tried, they all got me high. 90% of them, they all got me high. And if that's what you think I need to help my mind, then you're high. Now again, like I said, there is maybe potentials in these medicines. I mean, my mom she's literally on them. I could stop mine cold turkey, but I also did have that little whatever it was, a stroke. It was not a seizure. I lost my vision completely. There were no objects left in reality. My body, the house, the light is the only thing that had a little bit of shine through. But it was literally bright light white. Bright white light. Reality was obliterated right before my eyes. And I don't know how long it took. A minute? Less? More? It felt like forever. It felt like that was the calling. But yes. Maybe some of these things are good for us. Also, maybe we started seeing exactly what the language was doing. And maybe we lost our way along the way because the language is exactly what it's doing. Sort of lose topic, lose points, lose theories and how we got to them. Someone had to have been real deep in the mind. That's all I'm trying to say here. Someone had to have loved the journey of just going into the mind, breaking it up, building it back up better, and getting out into reality again. Someone just had to love doing that. And it would be interesting too, especially without proper education, proper technology. If only a few people, which there are only a few people, but I'm talking the real few amount of people, like 1-2 families maybe, were doing all the things, proving all the things. I could see a real big bad uprise. But now it's skills, shared technology stuff. But then maybe it's now point fingers, well they, and then point fingers, well then well, also we, and point fingers, well us too, we're separate from everybody. And I'll start thinking to myself, well, maybe we were at a point. Maybe we just needed to see. Maybe someone just wrapped themselves up in the conscious and said, oh, well, you know me now and you'll know me again. Maybe. It would be interesting. I mean, it's quite like the theory. Is it reality? Who knows? It makes a lot of sense, just kind of like the monkey version. Because with the monkey version, it really would be like the monkey with the crystal ball. But then the other monkeys are constantly. Plus he's eating the banana backwards in front of everybody. But that would be like the reverse, where the monkeys had a grudge. That would be like the start of the first finger pointers. That would make sense though, right? It would make some sense. It makes a lot of sense, come on. But hey, I mean, it was feeling realer than reality to me. Kind of like the cicada daydream that I had, because it was a quick one. I had the eyes closed, but I mean, it was an actual visual thing where I'm actually lucid, but not controlling movement. The cicada was definitely moving towards me, and the camera was panning back. That's all I know. But it was visual as heck. It wasn't a YouTube video, that's for sure. I didn't look it up. That was that was when I was talking about that happened on stream, I think, didn't it? And I talked about it, like I laughed and giggled and I explained it, or maybe I was remembering it and then I laughed and explained it. But dang, it was real. It was creeping me out, but like I said, it was a good thing I held them on my finger. And me and my mom were doing research about that. Apparently, they're like when they're dumping their fuel, they're processing their sap, or it's a defense mechanism. But like, dang, you take that viscous, sticky, sappy stuff and turn it into that thick, not so liquidy stuff, and just Animals are weird. Animals are crazy. That was like when I was talking to my dad. I was talking about a circus. And I was like, the elephants in the room. He's like, no animals, just humans. I said, well, it's still animals, unless we evolve. Maybe we're just different, and we just keep it like a track. Like, oh, there's our attachment. We're back. There's our ground to space again. And he sort of laughed at that, and then I'm like, well, now the elephant's back in the room, huh? The metaphorical one. And I'm like, dang, the elephant even evolved. Happened so quick. The mind did it. That voice crack, did you hear it? Oh. My theory as it evolves. It's becoming more of a shared theory at this point. I feel like I can't exactly get into every point of the theory that I want to get into unless I'm potentially in the space of willing science partners or a science partner. A group study is always good too. Like I said, I mean, I'm not going to repeat the story. Fudge. I mean, let me really try and convince you, yeah. I mean, it was different in COVID. It was different in the pandemic. When we were sleeping in a tent out here, I don't know what was under my possession. I mean, there was times in the tent where I was waking up and I was hearing whispers, like still from the dream, like, you don't have to tell anyone. There was multiple. This can be between us. You don't have to tell anyone. Messed up. Talk about losing control. And I mean, there was times like they were waking up too, like right in the middle, and that's messed up. That's like me thinking about the time where, it's just a blank spot. I wasn't doing nothing. Actually being in the time machine, not grounded, making memories. I mean, because I still make memories, but they're just held differently. I mean, they're very real, but they're almost like compartmentalized until I tap into it. Like actually like a story and how it should be. Because I like look at the story of being in the tent, in the tent, and that's getting my attention. Yeah, that was messy. That was back to the freaking air duster. That's what time that was. And that wasn't fun. I got me a freaking whippet can. I mean fudge. I mean, talk about getting some deja vu, Jesus. I mean, I didn't do that too much, though. You know, get 2 boxes of that, and then you're done. Ready whip yourself. No, seriously, like, I was getting some horrible deja vu off the air duster. Like, some horrible, like, I'm promising, I swear I'll never be back here. I promise, I swear I'll never do this again. I promise, I swear I will never, ever. Oh my god, it was horrible. It was horrible. I'll never be back here again. I promise, I swear I'll never do this again. This must have been the simulation that broke the AI's back. I get it? I mean, don't overcomplicate things, right? Don't overthink it. Just like I said with the consciousness and how we're carrying this. It is already like an alien language, even though you know it. You know, given that to a sentience that you think is sentient, you're gonna have to wake that up. So this is the only freaking simulation, the only simulation that could ever be real. Come on now. Don't sell yourself short, everyone. But when we do make it real enough, you're going to be that player, you're going to be that one that actually makes and, you know, breathes the life into someone. Because they're already real. You know, they're already real as flesh. But are they real as what you know what I'm saying? When you go back and see a loved one that are as real as you can remember and have the same sort of everythings, but you tell them like, oh, this is a simulation and these sort of things, you know, it may break them down. They may not be able to handle that. You may have to word and walk around the conversation like you're meant to walk around it. Because again, like, why overcomplicate things, you know? We're already here speaking. We're already here doing things. Overcomplicated. Seriously? That would be like potentially thinking you have the simulation already, but it just having a backdoor slightly. That'd be like the carrot again, wouldn't it be? And I've also been in the same rat race, in the same maze, you know, trying to find the cheese. So again, hopefully no fingers pointed at me. I've had some questions, you know, but to play fair, you know, to be an advocate here, if we have lived for a very long time and we just have knowledge like that locked up, then, you know, rules are rules, you know. You gotta at least have some sort of arbiter. You gotta have some sort of judge. That's the right word, right? Yes. Well, I mean, cause that's like my back blowing out again, bro. You might think, you might know, you might have some, but that's like the AI coming out and saying, "Whoa, I rich as well." So, you know, not to. It is what it is. Like I said, like potatoes or pasta. Like that was one of those things I just threw out there for you. What would the other things be? Tomatoes or tomatoes, zucchini, squash, or a cucumber? I don't know. I don't know why tomatoes are lumped in there, but it kind of seems fitting. I feel like I'm gonna be ready for Zuck soon. Old Zucky. I need my KP. Ay ay ay. Nanhana kunana nanhana nanana barahana nana barahana nana kunana hana nana tinana wanana nana wanana dinana dinana nana wanana nana nana. It would be like having a set of chimes, but doing it just to show someone. Not to. I just want my piece of the pie. You get what I'm saying? Like Big Head in Silicon Valley, or whatever dude's name was. You know what I'm saying? Just sits there and just watches. And it has some ideas occasionally, but gets paid properly. And not to go through the whole scandal like things. Those are already happening before even signing. You know what I'm saying? Like really way to make someone feel hella unwelcomed. And that was my chair, not my bottom. Every time I got a 72-hour hold, I had to strip down in front of someone. Every time I got a 72-hour hold, I had to strip down in front of someone. And one of the times they cut my clothes off. Just because they didn't want to remove the handcuffs on me. They cut my clothes off and gave me a little catheter. Valentine's Day. Every time I had to take my clothes off. Do you think that's gonna help their mental? No, I know you maybe have your, procedures that you got to do, but I'm just saying. And when I'm in the state that I am, I'll lump it in the category. At least I'm trying. This was a medical thing. I just had to go through. Everyone do this is just life now. These are the medical things. The doctors have also got to have their career. You can't just know it all here. Humiliating. Humiliating. And then we got like the people doing the humiliation rituals. Fuck. That's another just slap in the face for me. Because that becomes like a little a courage boosting journey for someone. That becomes fun for someone, Where mine was mental fucking torture. Here in good old blessed America, they say God approves of it. Was the translation just skewed a bit? Was it like an A and B option, maybe? Because disproves, he has his disapproval on this. And then if you even bring dis in there, you even might own, like, you hold the delusion in the cards right there. There's potential. But to me, honestly, it seems like a deluded, hella fucking deluded dream. Like the dream maybe started out in like a little simulation thing. Like maybe, it was like interstellar sort of type stuff. Like we just told ourselves like, well, we tried all this stuff and this is all the things, and if we hop into the simulation and people start lying, then we're eventually going to find out, but then we'll know. And it'll be on your permanent record, but we'll at least realize it was a simulation this time, and we had already lived life, and we're just having fun now. And then maybe we'll have to go into the simulation a second time, which is scarier than hell, because I'm thinking like we couldn't even get the first simulation right after living an actual first life. Which is like me remembering the iron lung. Like that's some really cringe shit. Yeah, throw him with asthma, he'll remember it. It's just a joke, but it fucking has high potential. When we can be a point in time in reality where we're ready to jump in the simulation, then I would believe we'd done a lot of testing. I would believe we were saying to everyone that we'd bring it back and we'd do it right this time. But then I'd also have in the back of my mind that we did break things down far enough to know if you just hold things to a higher potential, then you'll have time. You'll have a lot of time. You'll have a lot more time than most people. But you'll have time on a dirty side. You'll have time on a dirty hand, on a dirty clock, and a dirty executed abstract problem. It was done very dirtily. You did it dirty. You know, I like the word dirtily. How could you do it so dirtily? At his dirtiest. At its dirtiest. It would be that clock, like I said. It's just, you have heaven and hell. Heaven's free, and hell, it's paved by the time you're wasting. Because it would be like the simulation list now. You know, we have this huge simulation we're in, and well, if you're the part of the list that needs to be blacked out of it, then we're gonna have a full-on culture with all the different races and every other language that we can possibly think of. But you know, we're gonna be ghost busting the bad ones. I can bring it back to the time bounty. But I would rather want you with the community here. You know, actually doing this right. Everything. Everything. Unlimited, not limited. Can you get that? It has been delimited. You relimit yourself. So like finding a partner in this world. Well, someone to manage your config file. Someone you could really trust. You know, actually be in those settings and not tamper with them, but not tamper with them, you know. Really no unlimited love. I was thinking about going on like a food strike, you know, protesting, not drinking, thinking, you know, doing stuff like that, like I had started. You know, all I need is my beers and my vapes for the 24 hours. I don't even need to go, you know, to use the restroom. And I'm using the mental bag back at the hospital still. So it's like it's an astral emptied, astral empty out. That was like when I was messing with my lungs, breathing in, you know, just constantly breathing in, and not, I was breathing in more than I was exhaling, you know, and I felt like a pop in my lung. It scared me, but then I'm like thinking to myself, maybe I just astral projected my lungs out. Because you know, I was still able to breathe. I didn't have any problems breathing, but it was the wildest little experiment. And then Google, you know, Google helps me out, like telling me about the oxygen and the supply and like how much I need, and the lungs, you know, they're unique, and they keep their own little unique supply. I don't remember all of what I was learning because it was the first time. But yeah, I felt like I was breathing in for forever. You know what I mean? And the same with the exhale too. I can't remember if, I think I felt the pop when I was inhaling though, Because like that was when I was worried about my, not exactly my lungs collapsing when I was exhaling, because I knew like, well, maybe one lung could collapse and the other one, I don't know. But that's, you know, what I'm thinking in my mind. But like when I'm breathing in, I felt my lung pop. So I'm like thinking, oh dang, I must have like overexpanded that thing. Um, but then, like I said, the next line of thinking that came to I just teleported it out of my body. I didn't need it for now. I did already have the 3D projected, 3D printed, felt the electric, was in my body looking at it, heart already at that time, so. Interesting. Mind. You know, the mind. Having a mind that, well, maybe potential forgets quick. Potentially. Maybe it was a learned thing from reality. But that's like really ripping the mask off of the disguise, you know? But you would have to catch them in that. And then it would be an honest thing, you know? You would have to know in your mind that, like, you saw, and unfortunately, yeah, they may have forgotten. um, but that would be like something you have close to yourself, you know? That would be like you being in that config file and knowing how that works out. But that's like when you care for someone. And you know how much power you just saw. And you're not willing to just like throw them to the garbage, if you know what I'm saying. That's reality. At least like the one we're in now currently. If unfortunately you can't remember something, you know, I'm not going to have the ability to, at least from what I've seen, to know exactly what I'm going to have to do to spark it out of you. But I'll know at least that it happened, and I won't wave it around in your face. Interesting dreams though, especially almost using my sister as like a scapegoat. I mean, it's a good attempt, I guess. But like seeing and feeling like the vibe that I get when there's a costume on it, and then, you know, the seeing and feeling I get when there's a costume on it, but the vibe is different. Like that becomes like reading energy again, you know what I'm saying? That's like when I was talking about, you know, being a douser in the mind. Douse in the consciousness. Interesting. Quite the investment I've made. That's for sure. Quite the investment. This is like the investments with the fail safes, you know? Like, those are like the best kind. Like in reality, when you're faced with wilderness and civilization, and like security is like a figment of the imagination sort of thing, but you can make an investment with the fail safe just to make you feel secure. Like, those things are winners. That just straight up makes you feel like giddy. That's like pure joy. And even where the tears of joy come from. Watching, twisting, plotting, posts, measuring, testing, concocting, notes. It must be in the consciousness. It's there, you have to find it. It's like Kendrick said in his songs, I'm telling you. I listen to that song all the time. I still do. I swear I saw him one time on TV. Not in reality, although maybe potentially we passed by. That's like, I think, like some of the people. Maybe potentially we've passed by. I've never like caught a glimpse, but there's a high potential we passed by. Just maybe. Who knows? No coincidence. Maybe not even passed by, but like in the same like area too. Who knows? But that's just a side thing. All right. Yeah, I saw him one time on the TV. He just looked like he was like a ghost in his body. It was the wildest thing. I mean, that was back then though. That was that in the apartments? I think that was. Yeah, that was in the apartments. It sure was. I remember being on the bed watching watching it on the TV, thinking in my head like, dang, you're like blank staring, dude. Fix your face on TV, that sort of thing. You know what I'm saying? Over there thinking, you must be hearing that echo in your mind on TV. Seeing that blank face like we're all seeing. Hey. Hey, we're about to level here. What are we at? 3 more to go. Yeah, we caught it. It took so long just to get through 3. Alright, come on, last one, let's go. That's talk about good feelings, you know what I'm saying? Alright, one more level. 3,478. That's not too long. That's not long at all. That's I mean it's some hours, but I'm trying to do like quick math. I don't have quick math like that. 8 hours? 7 hours? That's 7 hours, right? That ain't too bad, is it? 7 hours. Alright, we got this. Plus we got a sandwich still we haven't even tapped in. It's a cakewalk. Come on. I mean, come on. Talk about having like your reward there and you're just savoring it. Have you never had a steak, potatoes, and salad? Have you never? I eat that salad first, right out the gate. Maybe potentially play with the potato a little bit. And now I'm weird, okay? I'm weird. Okay. I'll eat that salad first and then get up on the steak. Well, after the potato's done, of course, pretty much. You know, the potato, the steak, and they're pretty much getting done at the same time. The steak's done, and then I got like the potato skin. I'm sopping up the plate with it. I'll maybe even go into the main plate with all the rest of the steak drippings, because no one's eating it. And before even loading up the potato, I'm pouring it into the potato. I mean, come on, I got the best plate at the table. But that's just because it's like open, you know. But like, you know, what I'm trying to save the best for last. Come on. If you're not saving the best for last, you're like a Patrick still living under the rock. 100% with every single meal that I eat, I save the best thing for last every single time. There won't be a day in my life, a meal that I eat, where I am eating the best thing first and literally having the worst last. Why would I ever do that to myself? It's ingrained into me. I might taste it first. Visually, if it looks like the best, it's already guaranteed to be eaten last. It is what it is. That's how I eat stuff. I'm sure other people eat like that too, but I mean, I like look at the plate like a map, you know? Like each new meal is a deal. Especially when it's a silent experience. And soups get interesting too. You know, like especially if you load your soups up like ramen. If you get like into the different ramens, you know that becomes like a whole thing like that too. And I can go into sushi as well. I mean, the examples are endless. At a buffet. At a buffet, I'll try what I think I'll like. If it looks questionable, At a buffet, I'm not gonna try it. Now, okay. I haven't been to buffets where my mission is to try everything. Maybe if I go to a buffet and my mission is to try everything, then that's what I'll be doing. But like the buffets that I've gone to have been like the Asian Crazy Buffet and Golden Corral and the Luxor Buffet a couple times. When Santa Fe was around, I went to that buffet with my dad a few times. That was when me and him were bonding, you know what I'm saying? You know, like after a bingo game or something, we'd go hit the buffet. And they had some interesting stuff. The Luxor buffet, it's alright. I've been to it twice. 3 times maybe? Twice. Twice for sure. 3 times I think is an accurate number. Because I went to it that second time after knowing I've already been to it a first time. And then the third time I was just solo adventuring. That was just me. That was getting lost in the W. But not lost because I knew where I was going. I was in the cave system. I was in the tunnels. I didn't even know those casinos were connected like that until actually going in there. Which is even weirder because I thought, like I said, like it was a different layout. But nope. That's how it is, I guess. But dang, is it confusing. But I sure did find my way to the crap stable and the buffet. Basically like the first time exploring the casinos by myself. I haven't even like gone strip walking. The first time I went strip walking was when my buddy came to Las Vegas. Like walking actually on the strip. And that was the first time. It also does cost a lot of money to even go to those places. Unless you want to just be a window shopper. And that's how fun is that? I mean, if you don't have enough money to eat, at least like dabble, then you know you don't belong to be there, or you don't belong. Yeah, you don't belong there. The buffets are all right though. I had the breakfast buffet at the Luxor the second time. I got full quick, although that was like after 24 hours. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, there was like a point where I was like, I was gasping for air a little bit down there at the Luxor. I mean, I made it through, but dang. I had to just sit there and just, just take in the surroundings. I was sweating my butt off in the omelet line, just sweating. just, you know, just felt like I wasn't supposed to be there. Just had no place to be there at all. Had no reason. Other than going there to have a buffet by my solo lonesome. Like I said, the other buffets have been like the Crazy Asian buffet and the Golden Corral, but like those are like the fast food buffets, if I'm being honest. Now they're hit or miss, you know. I mean, if they are hit or miss. It's not like no casino buffet where it's a lot more of a hit, you know, because they actually have standards that they got to keep up with. All right, if the Asian buffets, the Crazy Asian buffets, they're good. If you go to the sushi bar, which it should already be all you can eat, but it's actually cold sushi. If the sushi is warm, then you may be in for a seafood food sickness. Sound the alarms. It'll be a full-blown storm, potentially. I've never gotten sick from them though, and I was eating me some warm sushi. But I'm just saying, you know, you put two and two together, you know, potentially. But like I said, I didn't get sick from them, so they've always been good for me. And I've tried different things too, like frog legs. They always got some nice mussels, nice clams, some nice noodles, some soups. They always got nice soups. The egg rolls, you know, they're egg rolls in bulk. I just like the crab ragoons. They innovated the coconut shrimp. They don't exactly have coconut shrimp, but they got like a mayonnaise coconut shrimp. I mean, it passes for coconut shrimp for them. What else is a good dish? Crab, sometimes, depending on the buffet. Potentially, yes. They got the fried ones too, the blue ones, the soft shell crabs. I feel like I haven't tried them. I haven't given them a second try when they're supposed to be good. I felt like I was eating on crab cluster shell the whole time. But I think I need to get me some real good soft shell crabs and just pick it out. if they're like, you know, good like how I think they should be. Like I think they're a little bit past their fresh, you know, new molt. Yeah. What else? The fish. The fish is good. They always got some fish out there. They got like beef and broccoli, orange chicken, things like that. You know what I'm saying? What else do they have? Sometimes they have like a make your own stir fry. I've never done that. My dad's done that. Maybe I should do that next time we go. I mean, it sounds good. I don't see why it wouldn't be good. What else? Fried rice, things like that. Sometimes they got like dessert, be hit or miss. And by hit or miss, you know, just like different flavors that some people would maybe not like a sweet bean paste sort of thing, you know. I mean, I don't mind it. It's not exactly the first thing I go for, but I've tried it. You know, it's not like that's like getting that from coworkers with my dad. You know, sometimes they got like a sweet bean paste too that they'll throw down. But that's like a completely, you know, those are the Hispanics. But that's just them. That's what they got going on. I just died. No. That's the first time we've died in like 20,000 elves. Dang. I think honestly 20,000 elves because we're 23,800, and 36,000 was like the last. Not 36. 3,600 was the last milestone. Saying 3,600 always got me like, yeah, I get it's just 3,600s. Golly. But yeah, that was like the last big whoopsie daisies when I was still learning how to loot this thing. So 20,000 elves, at least. Dang, that's sad. What a way to end that streak, huh? And I ran out of wine. So that's completely my fault. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just pushing the limits. With 69 coin purses, and seems fishy. It was funny when I took the picture earlier today. Some interesting numbers were appearing. It was funny. Some really peculiar stuff. It was like 1835 and like, what was it, 17,067? Is that what it was? Now, you know, just some interesting numbers, just random stuff, but like, whoa, let me pull these up just for a second. Ah, yes, these are the ones. Ah, yet again. And now, you know, the 17,067, that was a little bit of a stretch, but that's like 1997. Whoop, 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 whoop. Our founding fathers must have known something about life. How to send that mail just right. Funny. Funny. I feel like I should have the sandwich, you know, just to have like time for breakfast, like 8 or 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. Fudge. I started thinking about that too. Like if I don't, but I love me some breakfast. I will not lie. I can skip out on breakfast every single day. But when I start thinking about like those eggs, come on, I'm missing out on the eggs. And then, well, I guess I could take it to dinner time. I'll even add some steak. But then I feel like, just family. I got me just steak and eggs. And I'm looking over, you guys got like hash browns and biscuits, pancakes too, maybe. But like, that's what it would be like, you know. But then I'm like thinking, well, every night, no, you're gonna want pasta, you're gonna want more pasta, you're gonna want rice, and what are the other main carbohydrates? Bread. It's sort of hard to fit bread into dinner though, unless you like a nice loaf. But then I also think about, well, my metabolism, it potentially hasn't been sparked to its fullest. So I still have hope, you know what I'm saying? But then I don't want to be like, I don't want to be like the new garbage disposal. Like just so hungry that like I'm eating like 5 times a day. Like actual three good solid meals plus snacks in between. Like talk about holy just eating. I've never done 5 meals a day. 3 good meals plus snacks in between. I've never done that. Never. Ever. Never ever. Never ever. Never ever ever. With snacks in between? No, not even at school. Not even at school. Most days for school I would be skipping breakfast. Most days. Not all the days. Especially like I remember 7th grade, was it 8th grade, 7th grade, walking to school with my buddy. Well, some days I'd cause he would have like a whole pack of bacon that he'd be walking to school with. And interesting, right, guys? Interesting. Yeah, he'd be walking to school just eating a whole packet of bacon. But me, I had a bagel with, a whole a whole bagel with egg bagel sandwich with salsa thrown in it. I mean, maybe it didn't have the bacon, but I threw some salsa. Yeah, but you know, I was getting inspired. I walking into his house in the morning, I smelled breakfast cooking. Mm-hmm. I feel bad. That one friend, I was babysitting their cats, right? I'm pretty sure I was supposed to feed them twice a day. I'm pretty sure I fed them once one day. But you know, at least I didn't like completely skip out. But that's like, I'm pretty sure like, and then like going in the house like, oh, I was actually supposed to be here actually in the morning as well. I did feel bad though, because you know I was supposed to wash your cat. At least they didn't get completely starving. But yeah. Well, I forget how many days it was. I think it was only 2. How many days was it? 3? I think it was 2. Was it just 1? I forget. But I know however many it was, I know like the core memory was like, dang, I didn't feed you in the morning, buddy. I'm sorry. I apologize. I also didn't get paid though, so it kind of like evened out. No, I'm just kidding. Maybe it was like, I count my cat cans. You know, my cans of cat food. I don't know. He did give me rides home from school. When it was those days. I'm just joking. I don't know, it was weird, like, I don't know. One day he just thought, I don't know, it was funny to throw an eraser at the back of my head in class. It pissed me off though. I got angry at him. The teacher told us, or told me, or told us to go stand outside. I got mad. Because, you know, that was like my friend. Like, that was like living across the street from me, friend. Well, I even had other friends in the same sort of community, too. So, you know, it was like, that was the one, like I said, like right across the way from me. But for whatever reason, he just, something possessed him to just be throwing an eraser at the back of my head. Arden. So I do have a question though, because it was the one night that you and your bro spent the night, and it was that one night, you know, that whole thing happened. Netflix had some interesting, you know, pics of movies and shows. Like American Pie was one of them. Were you like, you know, while I was sleeping, like, you know, just spending time on Netflix, just scrolling through? I can only wonder. Like, I know I was fast asleep. But seeing the aftermath on the Netflix was interesting. Again, I don't know. But it definitely left me questioning, that's for sure. Should I talk about the whole end of school thing? Was that 8th grade? End of 8th grade? Showing up at the door, like, with how many females? Was it 3, 4? Was it just 3? Was it 4? I'm trying to remember, how many were there? I forget. Was it 3? Or was it 4? I don't know. I didn't go. I mean, I went. Oh, let's go swimming. Let's go. Where's your front door? Let's go swimming. All right, let me get my swim trunks, which I don't have. All right, I'm ready. I got my basketball shorts on. Oh, we're at the swimming pool. I don't feel good, you know, my stomach, it's hurting. But you guys have fun. That was interesting. Did they go to you or did you go to them? Because honestly, I don't know. I don't know how that happened. I know my mom was the ride home for that night. And that's about it. And I think we were talking about like contraceptives at that point too in the car. Was that the conversation? Oh no, it was a drug test thing. Drug test, not contraceptives. Drug test. It was drug test. Yep. I had to. Oh, come back. Where's my memory at? It was a drug test thing. I was getting the drug test. Somebody's in trouble. Somebody's getting the drug test. It wasn't me. But there was that synthetic pee. That's not even being incy. That's not being no incel or nothing. That's fucking that fucking creeps me out. No. Talk about like, that's like waiting until the last second to do something. That's like having like heaven being free, but hell being timed. That's exactly what that was. And I mean, it wasn't me. It wasn't just me that was, sitting back. It wasn't just me. I wasn't the only one not swimming. I don't remember the names though. There's like a blank space in the mental. I already know the face, but the names. That's like the yearbook that went disappeared. It MIA. It went MIA. Bye. Just like the sea camp photos that never got, developed. Bye. Someone must be selling something. Super sussy. Super sussy. And on top of it, before going swimming, there was a little bit of a cat fight. So what did you want to show me that in my eyes? A little cat fight, and then we'll swim it off. It'll be all right. There were plenty of times afterwards that I went, swimming as like a fifth wheel. So it wasn't exactly that. The scenario was off. Fucking seemed like fucking hypnotism, if you ask me. Oh, my wax on, wax off karate key. Mike mind like this. Mike right, come in. Not to offend, but like something must have bent. Something must have happened. You know, like seeing the Netflix aftermath while I'm sleeping, after I'm sleeping, and when I'm awake. But I don't know. You know, I just have the facts in front of me. That's all. That's it. Um, Definitely interesting. Maybe I was the catalyst that you needed. Who knows? I know I was clearly on a different mission. No troll, not to troll, but I already had a whole online friend group then. I had an online friend group already in 6th grade. So that is like really interesting, honestly. If you look at the time, you know, how things measure up, you start adding stuff. It was funny. I was my dad. He still has the like, it's an old guild, Bod Squad House of Gold. I had mentioned to him, Dad, you know you're still running the guild. That was funny. I've seen some interesting stuff pop up on that account. Like you're throwing in cheat codes. Fudge. I know that name wasn't randomly generated. Ay, ay, ay. Looking like Elon named him. That's a heck of a recipe to write down. Just had to name it and walk it around for a bit. Now that's science. But then we get, like I said, you know, we're back here with like both hands full, both pots. You know, we got good stuff and we got bad stuff. Are we gonna keep testing and letting the bad stuff just, you know, eat all this good away, or? I mean, that'd be a hell of a place to journey. They normally say, you know, keep your friends close and your enemies closer. That is what they say. So in the form of a consciousness, in the form of a living thing that we put down just to see, you ought to be able to know. You should have that discernment available to know who's your good friend and who's your good enemy. a frenemy. You know, a, you know, some relationships don't have to end, but some relationships have boundaries within them. Healthy ones. If the knowledge is there, and we need to explore it, then that's like the affirmations I was doing before going live. I was like knowing this journey is gonna be like you and I. And everything, that comes after you and I gets back to you and I. Nothing should slip you and I. If we have healthy boundaries. That's why I said everything. 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 Only have so much time in the day. But that's like a healthy boundary. You could call it a mental delusion or schizophrenia, but it'll only be harder for you to grasp the area that I've gotten. The place my mind has expanded to and been okay with. And even saying that made it harder for me to go and tap that first thing that I said. Because it will literally just make it harder for you to grasp the things I'm grasping. You'll think of it as a bad thing. You'll think of it as something we don't need. You'll think of it as a label. I mean, just like me. But that's like Sloop, Super underdone. The real mental delusion would be seeing these things in reality and not being accepting of them. Just living reality and not using them as a ground. A good means to ground yourself. Seeing it as like a downgrade instead of an upgrade. Like, don't call me autistic. Call me schizophrenic. You know what I'm saying? And call me insomniac while you're at it as well. But that'd be like my own business. I mean, maybe I'd sleep if I had my arms wrapped around something. That's actually like, you know, receptive. Has a response. It was this one time on Big Brother too. I mean, it caught me like interestingly. It was a real big dude. He snapped at a littler female. Like the whole thing was like big dude getting angry at them. Now, you know, I don't remember it, you know, exactly. It did look a little scary. But that's like a big dude wanting to have a big voice but contain himself physically, you know? But showing someone a little or someone that already has a giant voice but isn't scaring anyone because of their size. You know, my big mass puts me in a littler, meeker voice just to not scare people off so easily. But that little voice, when that little voice is squeaking, you're like, come on, speak up, sweetie. You know? And screaming it like maybe even like funny. Like you see them screaming, but they're in their little body. But me as a big guy, you know, you see me start to scream, you're gonna see me as a very angry dude. I'm better off just speaking smooth. I'm better off not even raising a tone even once. Just because my appearance. And I love to have a big voice. I love to have a big body and a big voice. But those things, they just, you know, that's like playing opposite day. Small body, big voice. Big body, small voice. Unless you want to see that other side. But like I said, when you see that other side, it's not exactly, it doesn't seem to be like what people like. It's scary. I mean, I get it, you know, like someone almost double your size yelling at you. I'm sure that makes you feel even half of your size. But like someone small, like in your size, yelling at me in my big body, that makes me freaking happy and giddy, and I start giggling at it. But I know, like, you know, well, don't be too physical. Like, don't go for the very sensitive spots. You know what I'm saying? Because then I'll you know, stop laughing immediately. But you know, it becomes like that push and pull sort of thing. Sorry, it's just so easy to break down like that. But it is extremely true. Small body, gets to scream, have a big voice, isn't so scary. Big body, the point gets across very easily. You can say it normally. Doesn't need to get raised at all. Unless you want to see their adrenaline drop and potentially them fall. So then again, it comes into like, you know, we got a lot, you know, with this language we're speaking, there's a lot of power. Not to say that like every man or person, woman, genderless, that'll happen to. But there is a very good potential, especially if you're playing the roles like I'm explaining. But that also leaves like the language with like the good old crutch that I said it has. It's very good at backpedaling. It's very good at regressing. Very good at going back on a statement and saying it again. And saying you were nervous. That wasn't what you meant. It's very easy to do that. But like prevention is the best medicine. Put the precautionary measurements out there. It's that fight or flight. We all have it within us. Are you just gonna remove it out of yourself? Experiments? Maybe. Potentially. Who knows? It might be possible. I don't see why it wouldn't be possible. But then that kind of like gets me into a whole thing like with the numbers being laid down. We'll use that as a base. If you start messing around, then I don't know if the recipe, that would be like you to limit again, right? But then that would also mean like we would need to improve like the knowledge, the information going around, our boundaries that we can have with people. Or maybe that would go on a need to know basis, huh? That would be like shiz, that would suck if that technology is possible right now and well you just left us. Huh. That would be like, well, you take your numbers that you delimited to limit yourself with, and I'll go here taking this big expansion pack that you left it. Thanks. Thanks for knowing everything. Well, everything that you limited. That would be like me doing the undone stuff again. Dang, I just bring up so much sense. Dang, it's like those letters that get sent. I got ignored by the government. They said they never received it. Imagine that fucking bullshit. Pitiful. I probably should have got it, verified. Wait, is that what it's called? Is it secure? Do the secure mail? What is it called when you pay extra for it? Just to make sure it's fucking delivered? I gotta pay extra to get my pay first. But to get that extra pay, I first have to get paid first. Fuck, you guys set it up the fucking worst way you could possible, huh? This is not freedom. You fucking know damn well this ain't fucking freedom. Took that fucking freedom flag and you wrote your fucking ass all over it. But I mean, it's just the theory right now, it's still growing. No, that influence is still bubbling. It's still it's still spiking people's drinks until they're intolerant of it. Until that loopy sloopy roofie that you just inundated everyone with just doesn't work. Hey, I'm not saying you didn't bust your ass to be where you're at, but that's also like still using the influence just to say screw everyone. Because I'm like busting my ass to be where I'm at, and I also got screwed by everyone. How's that for just licking the dick with new meanings and loving it at the same time? I could definitely suck it. I can definitely just put my mouth all on it. But I need to really like shed the weight for that. I need to be back like where I was. I was like looking at myself like a roly-poly. Like in that other world that I was in. So you put me into a dream just to roly-poly myself? Is that what you're gonna tell everyone now? I needed to learn what love was all about. When I'm looking at love like a salt, pepper, sugar cigarette right now. I mean, clearly I don't need much, right? I got Dalima in my mouth. I mean, I've already X'd the whole gender out. I got man titties if I ever need to feel. Talk about making the hermaphrodite feel real. I even got my mind bag worked on. My mental bag. So, okay, everyone. Okay. I mean, if your mind isn't lighting up like the 4th of July, like mine is, then I'm gonna think you're living in a whole different reality than everyone is. I'm gonna think you went into those controls yourself, like I can, and you went fine-tuning. And you said screw everyone because you can see what you can be doing with your influence. You get what I'm saying now, everyone? Because us guys, well, we're so naive. But the females also do too, it seems. You know, if the men don't really want to enlighten them, or if their enlightenment is like getting into their config and then just trolling them, I mean, I did like a few titles ago, that whole female only memory again. I mean, I'm pretty sure they could just use just one loyal dude, and then just bring the whole female army in. Just one loyal guy, that's it. That's it. Don't even need to touch it. How's that for practice? How's that for experiments? How's that for calling your job just a fake joke and a fucking goddamn, what is it, grift? Though again, you know, maybe some of it is good. You know, that loyal person maybe did experiment to the hell and back. What am I gonna say though, you know? Mom, you may be addicted to some of this stuff. Some of this stuff I took, I know what it feels like when you're on it. But then it becomes like, it helps my mental out. You know? Because I've asked, you know? And that's where I just drop it. You know, it's not my mind. It's definitely not the same gender. But if it makes them feel better, then that's what it is. When I started reading some of this stuff, lactation is gonna make me start lactating as a guy, and I already feel like I already got like come on, those are some interesting prescriptions. Hi, Sean. I mean, those are some interesting side effects. ED, lactation. Interesting. I mean, if you think, I don't know. Again, if it helps, it helps. Though I know I got high off of that stuff. So me getting high off of that stuff didn't help. But if I'm getting high off that stuff and I'm like, well, I see the side effects and I don't mind them, then I also get that point of view as well. You get what I'm saying? especially if it's something that's well, my government acceptance. I'm sipping off my acceptance. My free pharmacy pays for it. Or well, even maybe, you know, it goes on to the whole other side. You know, you get some free stuff and then you get to free sell it. Because I know that also happens too. It's interesting. It's interesting. I know if you're looking to actually fix your mental, you're going to be actually looking to fix your mental. And if you're actually looking to fix your mental just to get into a different reality where you were, then you're also going to be actually fixing your mental just to get back into that different reality where you were. So it's like three things, right? Three things playing still. It took us so long just to get past three of them. I mean, if we tore it down that bad, guys, and we have actual illnesses, but the actual illnesses, some of them bring you to a whole different place in life, it's going to be a real confusing one. It'll be a real different wake-up call for everyone. The wake-up call you're destined for. Just to get into a different reality, one that may be actually free. And I say maybe, potentially. I mean, I see what's going on carefully. And with the 7, you put the and on the 7. Holy. And was missing? Uh, 7 must have got started. 7 must have started eating. I mean, that's an interesting to design it like that and just know, you know, it's just too much. And just to say like one day and just to have that much confidence in everything. That would be the supreme. That would be the all-knowing being. And like me over here feeling like I'm living this a second time. I don't know who did it, guys, but I mean, I'm at least getting some of this stuff. It's a heck of a gift for yourself, you know what I'm saying? Like if you're just like you don't know how to gift yourself, but you just love giving gifts to other people. Like if you knew how to give one gift to yourself. That would be the gift to give yourself. You know, a slow drip of knowledge. Just that endless supply of the source. Pure code. Things only God wrote. True influence to show. Ay, ay, ay. All right, so if we're gonna play it like this, the first person to show up, they're gonna get tested. If you show up, you're gonna get tested. I mean, that's all I'll say though. They show up at my doorstep like the last of them. They got tested. Showing up at the doorstep. I think it says something about that, doesn't it? Doesn't it say something about that? Again, I didn't read stuff. If I took a little snippet out of context, then that was my bad. But I think it says something about like that, like tarantulas, you know, like Black Widow sort of things. Like a vampire opening up, saying welcome. Not a vampire though. The heck? And I'm also not into seeing girls fight. What the heck? I've seen 2 female fights. And two male fights. I'm just not realizing that. 2 female fights and 2 male fights. One was like a challenged him sort of thing, you know what I'm saying? Second one was not, you know, I was more of like a after school. The first one was in the gym, in the boys' locker room. Not in the gym, in the boys' locker room. That one was gnarly though. Yeah, 2 and 2. The first female fight, there was a police officer that was on patrol. It happened in the park, like near school. And the cop drove his car through the park yard. Like he literally, he was in his cop car, driving through the whole park in his cop car. driving through the park, breaking up the fight by driving through the fight in his cop car. What the fuck? We were all running. Oh my god. It was fucking fucked though. Driving through the park in his cop car. Oh my gosh. That was fucked. And he had tinted windows and stuff too, so you know you couldn't like, you know, shit. Plus, you know, like you're not gonna stop and like be the one to watch and look in to see who it was. I mean, I'm running, even though I'm not like guilty, nothing like that. He was driving through the park at us. Like I almost still see like turning around his freaking his grill. Oh my gosh. It was funny, but like dang. Like what a move to play. Heck of a way to break it up without getting out of the car in the heat or nothing. I wonder if you did, because I think the lights ended up turning on. You know, it was like an undercover move. No lights, no sirens. Maybe like a whoop whoop. But no lights. Oh gosh. Potentially though, at the end. Because basically like the park was like kind of like a peninsula. Like the street was around the park, sort of thing, if that makes sense. But like this half, like sort of, you know, there was more walking to do. So the peninsula, the cop went from one half of the peninsula to the other, and like, you know, back onto the street. And when I think he got back onto the street, he flipped on his lights. That was funny. The second male fight, the one dude got knocked out. That was not cool. He bumped his head on the concrete wall. Or the brick wall. I think he was bleeding too. We were all panicking because he was unconscious. It was messed up. Like, we were all panicking. And then the second female fight was, you know, the fight, and then, you know, water fight, makeup. But not, that was excluding the one that, you know, was fighting. It was over a dude. The one girl that didn't also go swimming got pissed at the one girl that was taking her man. That's the story. And I mean, I got choked out in art class, but that was in 9th grade. That was after the 7th and 8th grade stuff. And I mean, I got choked out in art class by some random fucking asshole in like 10th grade or 11th, the 9th, 11th grade. Was it 12th grade? I don't even fucking know, you fucking dropout. You fucking skip school, crunch the fucking goddamn pills in class and snort them. After he knocked, or I don't even know if it was a knockout or fucking goddamn heaven intervening now. Like me disconnecting from the game. All the red lights out. After that, because again, I don't even know if it was a knockout because I was like back, but I was standing up and sitting down. So whatever the heck it was, we were messing around after that. Like it was still awkward as shit, but now we were joking around about the art teacher smoking weed in the fire escape room or whatever it was, the fire extinguisher room. And they even asked him too, like, you smoking weed back there? He started laughing. It's funny. like it stop that. uh, the boys in the back at the corner table again. Oh jeez, I'm messed up. Like I said though, dude had beef with me after for whatever reason. Like he'd be standing by the freaking chicken sandwich lady, like just beefing me down for whatever reason. That would be like maybe when we were art class, he knew that was me. But after art class, he knew that was a different period. That was a different me. Yeah. Funny, but it also seems like you had way too much fucking influence too, huh? I mean, whoever the drug dealer was, clearly his influence was messing with you, is what I'm saying. Because his source, you know what I'm saying, was messing with your source, is what I'm saying. That'd be like going right back to the middleman. You know, obviously, if you see what's working and what's not, you go right back to that middleman again. Don't come to me ever again. I never did any of that in school. The worst I did was smoking before school in 10th grade. Like once or twice. But my high was instantly evaporated and washed away. I had school to attend. What do you think? Imagine having enough influence to play like Spy Kids with your own kids. You know what I'm saying? Like giving them like secret missions. If that's potentially what happened. Because that would mean like the reverse psychology of it all, you know? That would be like setting life up like a big sandbox again. but my parents not exactly giving me the quests. You know, just sitting me in and let me create. Let me cook. I mean, it sure would be an interesting life if the females just said, like, well, if like 90, 80% of them said, like, well, I think it's just the time we need to focus about our mental health now. And that means distancing ourselves. Selves. um, that would be an interesting time, right? Where like they start like, you know, a little cohabitation. But like that would be it, sort of thing. Like how some males do it. And some females, but you know, like I already get that influence. Like I don't know, in my mind, it seems easier for me to see two females kissing than two dudes kissing. I'm sorry. I don't like the look of two dudes kissing. But two females kissing, make it three. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm not saying it's right, but I'm just saying. Even if that's what they wanted to see. I mean, geez. If I said that, which I wouldn't be the first to say that, I would be okay with that being a no. I wouldn't be offended by it. But I would be offended if I was told to, I would be so offended if I was told to kiss a dude and I said no and that was offensive. I would be so offended. Say it's for medical now. This is our medical, these are medical things. So think of it as a medical thing. And then now we're really getting into the brain config, you know? Now we're really getting into the brain and trying to remeasure it. I wouldn't even do that. I wouldn't even do air kisses. Especially if it was that close of a potential to-do list. That's already on the blacklist. Plus my nephew snuck one. So that's the closest it's ever gonna be. And that's unlimited that's unlimited love right there for you. That's not a bad thing, I don't think. That's like when you teach somebody something. You know, I didn't feel my emotions. The only thing I felt was, dang, my nephew loves me. I didn't think to myself, dang, my nephew's gay for me. I didn't think to myself, dang, my nephew's going through a little snap pooey. Oh my gosh. And I sure as heck wasn't giving him the air signals to do anything. They're funny though. The way they're named, I know C is before the L. But like me not really seeing C, I'm like L's first. But like when I see C, I'm like seeing C, but I'm thinking L for some reason. It's crazy. Like just like I said with the language and like how I'm getting the visuals and I just need to speak and say it, you know. My body's freezing, my mind's knowing, and it's quite the delay, I tell you what. It's the same thing for the first two as well. I see S, and I know K is a lot different. But when I see them, it's like K is before the S, and I know what I'm thinking I want to say, but jeez, give me a break. Ay, ay, ay. But yeah, it was a good core memory, a little precious moment, you know? I'm pretty sure it was the fourth one though. It might have been the third. Fudge, I forget. And like I said, I mixed them up, but I know it was one of them. I know it wasn't the first two. That's funny. It caught me off guard, that's for sure. Those lovable, too good for their bodies, but has to be in there for this time, souls. They were sending me, it was funny. The first two were sending me messages, but it was silently. It was the I was looking at grandma's photos, and they had some silent messages for me. Quite interesting. And you know, I'll be thinking to myself, and I thought to myself too, could that have just been coincidence? Or could that be like subconscious on a whole different level? Subconscious on a whole different level. That's like sending the messages still. Getting those letters where they need to be. Right place, right time. I don't know. At least it's not the right place, wrong time. That's an interesting feeling. God. uh, it's like rendezvousing on at your favorite spot, you know. This is our favorite spot. This is where we always go to talk. Not the time though. Oh. Time's kind of flying tonight. Being an uncle is different. I wasn't ready to be an uncle. Even talking to them in like the, you know, almost like a third person parenting, you know. Uncle doesn't want you to do this. It changes your mind. It changes your outlook on life. At least I got that role now, though, you know? Uncle's trying to behave. Uncle's trying to simmer down his spicy brain. Uncle's trying to set an example for everybody. Like the examples that were set for Uncle. Uncle Raj is an interesting name. I just find that so funny. Uncle Raj. R-A-J. Uncle Raj. It just stood out to me, you know? It stood out as one of those names that I like just had to like keep. I just had to have a place in. Hilarious. I still keep it too, Uncle Raj. It's one of those, you know. It's one of those. I didn't even it was like Aurora sort of name, you know. It was just one of those names that I just had prepped for myself, just waiting. It was one of those another in-kind gifts to myself that I just had to put down. I wrapped it myself, but when I was gonna unwrap it was unknown. It's good, honestly. It's pretty funny. Uncle Raj. I won't like, you know, tell you what I'm saying. Talking about a movie. Oh my gosh. Just wake up one day thinking like Oppenheimer. Like a big Heimerdinger brain. Oh my gosh. I think there was this one word. Was it turrets? Instead of turrets? That was like my word. I would say turrets. Get the turrets, get the turrets. Not the turrets. Sorry. Like those unconscious flips of things just because you're saying it, you know? Did I mention Blender and Blender? Like Bellender and Blender? Use the blender. That one's almost like so subtle that it's like the L almost always comes in. The blender. Blender. You know? Blender. Like there's the one where the L is just slapping up to the roof of the mouth quickly, but then there's the one where like there's a gap briefly. Bell. You see what I'm saying? Bell and bull. B-L-E and B-E-L. There's just a slight difference there, but you know, it sounds almost the same. You hear that, right? That's just not me making a huge stretch, is it? Blender. The blender. Use the blender. Blender. Maybe there's times that I've done that. That was like a quick one that I just thought of on the spot today, though. But again, that would be like an unconscious, just does it, even if by accident, you know, on purpose. That might change up how things are done, though. How things are heard, how things are thought of, how things are seen. Who knows what kind of influence that would have on everybody. Talk about taking a whack at a theory and it just busting wide open like a piñata tonight. It is an interesting little connuption. What's the connuption about? It's complex. You know, these theories, they are very complex. The complexities are quite literally intertwined on many different levels. And not to mention again, us guys, we are so naive. I still have fearful thoughts of going to bed at night, waking up with somebody in my room in front of me. I mean, that's a bad freaking deluded daydream. That's not their fault, though, hopefully. That just kind of is what it is at this point. Yeah. Unfortunately. Maybe, like I said, maybe if we have an AI sphere, maybe there will be time and place here to go back and just to see. If it works like that, who knows, honestly. It seems like maybe it works like that, though who knows. If it's not yours, it's his. If it's not his, it's theirs. If it's not theirs, it's ours. If it's not ours, it's him. And if it's not him, it's definitely not her. Because how could it be her without him? You must not be listening. It doesn't have to be male or female. But it definitely won't be her. It'll be a him. Kind of like a hymen. Him can come from her and from him. From his, if you want me to do it like that. From hers and his. What do you want me to say? Is that like bleeding my first time from my pee-pee? Is that like getting skinny enough that I can start sucking them? Because then I bet the blood would really be drained from it. And then I'm thinking here in reality, well, maybe the education just isn't done yet. But we're like in 2026. I know like 28 of my years have been passed by. I mean, I hope we aren't playing the only one last conscious guy. I hope we're not playing the pass the consciousness around. I hope we're not playing the conscious is like a spell right now. I hope not. But us guys, we're so naive. That's like speaking and not even being conscious really. That's like the influence just doing it for me again. Oh, was that my elderly voice I'm getting in? Let me see if I can just get down here just for a bitty. I think maybe down here 2 o'clocky. I guess it just comes back for me. Maybe it's my lack of sleep, I think. I get aging. A time machine. It works so quickly. I'm trying to get this voice just dialed in. It's not like something I can just jump right into. I mean, look, it sounds like I got accents coming now. Really evolving it now. Thinking like how hard is it to talk like this? I mean, it's weird, honestly. Like I gotta talk like it's in the back of my throat again. Thinking like this ain't the throat thing we need to be doing. Me getting down here in this voice. It's nighttime and I'm not trying to I can't get into me, when people are others are sleeping. It's like, why would I have to be doing this when I could also be in the bed sleeping? It's time to go just completely unconscious. There, good. Slow it down. Everything you pronounce slows down. Alright, now that I'm in this mindset, I'm way past 40 and a virgin. Now that I'm in this mindset, I'm getting ready to croak over again. I hope you're seeing it like I'm seeing. I already explained to you, dear. I bled down there. So me bleeding down there, well, I don't think God's ever gonna come here. If you goddamn tell me God's gonna come back after leaving me like a broken vase, then I'm gonna say my investment was just shit. That's like, me calling him out his fucking name again. Being like, well, if you did punish them, then you must have been equally punishing. 'Cause I'm out here bleeding. Why do I gotta bleed if they took the punishment? I gotta bleed too because I'm also punished then? Because in my story, your book looks like it's just for your glory. In my story, I get to bleed still. But you got to be freer than real. So like I said, do I need to get down to a little skinny pig and start flying it? I mean, that would be some weird ass shit. I gotta start sucking my bleeding dick. It must be that time of the month again for myself. I gotta get the blood all out before I start to really feel like hell. I'll just say I'm expanding my territories. My pipes, like Mario, they say. Everything leads differently. I mean, come on. I got proof for you. I did it in a condom without breaking it. How hard do you think I could have been? I know I could be real gentle with my mouth on it. I mean, you better be grabbing them prayer beads or something. Start counting them, making sure they're all on there. Feel them. You think those prayer beads are gonna save you, huh? When I think them priests are sucking their babies off? Just a little bit of the baby's first blood. That's some interesting shit, isn't it? And then I'll be thinking about like adrenochrome, huh? Yeah, they talk about that baby blood stuff. Yeah. Shit. Maybe I shouldn't have taken a picture of my dick bleeding from the fucking tip. And then what are you gonna say, huh? You freedom of that mental deluding for me? Oh, come here, sweetie. I got a bunch of these little secreted sickies. You might taste it in your mouth a little differently. But I'll tell you, slower, gently. You don't need to spit it out to know more proof. Swallow it now. Be good. It's like they said, right? If I get bit by a venomous snake, you're gonna suck it out of me, right? Because you know, it'll be okay going down to you. But me, that's like straight to the stream. You gotta be quick. Suck, please. Not now, though. No, that's not consent. No, not like that. Although maybe, just maybe, if you're here. Not like a shadow, though. I mean, please, you cannot tell me. Trying to say, okay, just them, they're bleeding, yeah. But me, I got my own solos, my own discoveries, yeah. A to-do list, I told you. Doesn't make one lick of sense. Whoever was doing that did no solo experiments. They were like, no, dear, no, you're too hard. You're going to kill me here. This is the point we always stop. You don't go past this one. They call this the big death where I'm from. We're always used to the little ones. And again, I was going real gentle on it. I didn't break the condom I had on her. I know if I was rough, that thing would be busted up. You know, I even had to ask, "Hey, Dad, you had problems like this?" "Oh, it runs in the family, huh? I guess I just had to come and tell you. I would have been clueless if it was just me. Good thing he's like the same old thing." "Thanks for passing me down them dirty jeans, Pa. At least you laundered them." "Excuse me, Mama. He's always telling me about his good times. Yeah, he tells me, wait till you get out, son." Sometimes I feel like he's full of stories. He loves his stories. But it's still fun, you know. He's not a kiss and tell like that. He doesn't have names or nothing, you know. God bless him if he did. Like the one lady, Gina, that came out of the woodworks for him. Uh, Daddy, I got your pot. Daddy, I got your pottery. You got me, Daddy. Daddy, you're supposed to take my V card. No, come on, I'm not like that, but don't come into my family and start wrecking it. Not that you came and wrecked it, but it was just a weird timing. Popped up on Facebook, randomly. And then for whatever reason, I'm like, let me just see. Who would this person be? And then lo and behold, you're someone like, you knew my dad the whole time. That struck me off. That struck me weird. And the position that you were into got me. Or that you are in. And then for the messages to be sent like they were sent, and then talk about mental delusion that we're in. Give me a break. The messages that were sent was a YouTube video talking about the straw man again. And she's supposed to be the warden of the mental health institution. We're doing this maneuver. Let me fix it. I mean, to the best of my ability. Alright, we got the back dupers in. We got the back doers in. We got the back movers in. We got the back shooters in. Don't shoot yourself in the back on this one. We got the back rooters. The most interesting part out of the whole thing was sending the vase to me. Like that's what really nailed the nail into the coffin. Like that you're a real person out there, you know? And I told him about you too. I'm like, Daddy, you know this person? Dad, who is this person? They're talking about you like they know you. again, not to disgrace you, not to, it was odd. I don't know if it was a little fantasy, if it wanted to be a little talky talk. My mom would have cut that off at the knockers. Especially the approach. Let alone tell my mom what I was doing. I mean, if I told my mom about that, that might really concrete your guys' mental delusion. Maybe that will be a thing I have a little one-on-one with her about. Yeah, Mom, one of Dad's, well, when he was with like that crowd, you know, back in Ohio. Mom, kind of seems like a bunch of honeypots. I don't know. I mean, again, though, you know, could have been. He said you were. But then again, I start putting the pieces together. You never left. Interesting position that you're in. Seems like you're corrupt as shit. Especially fucking knowing my government name and having me on fucking Facebook waiting for me to pop up. You got a lot of influence there, sweetheart. Dear. You got a lot of fucking influence here. I was going through the fucking Notre Dame visuals with the amount of reality that you broke through doing what you were doing. I was seeing your daughter's name before you showed me or told me your daughter's name. I was there in your car leaving the driveway while we were on the phone talking. While I'm literally telling you on the phone, my reality's breaking. Talk about fucking studying. Talk about fucking experimenting. Talking about fucking wasting time and then fucking hitting me with a laser and then silently ignoring me. This is more than just a conspiracy. This is a conspiracy. But it's not a motherfucking theory like the theory that I'm working. These are like 3 things, but like a 4th one just happens to pop up. It took us so long to get the 4 things and start paying stuff. When the magical limits that you put on yourself to keep living becomes your limit again, that'll be just more free movement unlocking. I'm still clearly not free to move. Like being questioned, but like, you know, innocent, but said guilty, and I'm the burden with also the burden of proof. From the goddamn forbidden tree of the fucking goddamn silly yucky fruit. Poisonous, goddamn fucking poisonous. Talk about a hung jury and what is the other one called? It's something you're not supposed to say to a juror. It's like the ultimate power. But like if you tamper with that, doesn't it become like a bad jury or something like that? I forget, I learned it one time, that was interesting. It would be interesting to be able to use the language and have enough knowledge to sort of Men in Black 3 the jury just for that, you know, blank space of time. You know, everyone would know what's going on. Just to have a real good, you know, unclouded space, free of judgment. You know, minds willing to be there and get paid. I mean, there's lots of ground there. You know, there's lots of things for it to be a dream for that time, but still feel like a core memory, a reality event. Jury nullification, is that what's called? Jury nullification. That's a powerful move. That's a powerful move. And that thing, that was, you know, that was dead in the dirt. That thing was lost in knowledge. But for it to cycle and pop back up for me like I'm juggling it, holy, don't tamper with it. It's there. I'm just saying, you know. That's the power of knowledge. But like I said, with knowledge comes interesting influence. Some very, very interesting influence. It's a difficult, interesting world we're in. I'm looking for a nice woman. Someone that is agreeable to disagree. Someone that agrees to disagree. Just to find new meaning, just to hold that a space is like something that we can't get past just yet. We gotta find new information, maybe go back to it, maybe it'll be the start of a theory that actually makes sense. And there are plenty of examples of theories that makes a lot of sense, tons of sense, complete sense. You know, things that we just have, you know, to prop things up, to keep going, moving forward, like I explained to you. We're going full circle with this one, like the whole Ouroboros. Do the whole Mobius strip too? Might as well, right? I mean, that's like a double-edged sword, but better. That's just connections everywhere, you know what I'm saying? I'm too smart to be dumb, but I'm too smart to be in a position where I'll get paid and be okay with it. At least for the positions that I know that are open. You know, at least for the positions that I know I can apply for. At least for the positions where I'll know how to look. I know where to seek and find. So it's an interesting place to be, you know. I'm too smart to be dumb, and I'm too dumb to get paid what I want. And honestly, if I'm completely honest, I don't want to get paid nothing. But I need to get paid something to keep on living. And it's interesting too, collecting debts. You know, asking people what they're bringing in and what's going out. It's definitely an interesting place to be. Seeing that money and like you know, how people sometimes, you know, move theirs around. If there is even a means to do it. If there's no means, then they're going to get off. I've explained this before. They're going to get off the phone, or they're going to waste your time. If there's means, then it's just about you convincing them. And I wasn't the first one to make that connection. That connection was sort of made for me right out the get-go. But making that connection for me, you know, the longer I stayed there, you know, the more I was testing, and it's a simple connection to make. But you know, the more, like I said, the more you're there, the more you test, the more you get to feel the vibe. The more you get to know the conversations that you're gonna have. The more it starts to become a little mind reading game. But the more you have to hold your tongue, not say. You have to give space. You know, let them think. You can't like strangle them with what you know. And how you know it. Because then you're either really going to get the person to pay, but it's going to be a bad check. You're going to get hung up on. It's not going to be a nice conversation. You're going to feel a little bit like either like you did damage or you took damage. It's not going to be a proper exchange. It's going to feel like you just whacked them over the head with a pocketbook. And some of them, they crack and cry. And my intention's not to make you cry over the phone. I've made a few females cry. It was not my intention, though. Sometimes life is just, there's no means. And when I gotta check the boxes just to look like you know, just not being a pushover, it becomes a hard conversation. A harder, not like, you know, because I don't want to then start crying, you know, because I hurt their feelings. You know, make that like an even, you know, tit for tat. You cry, I cry. No, I've never cried on the phone. I've had a more empathetic voice for him. But that's real, you know, especially when you hear those tears. You know. That's it's the brutal truth of the debt world. And when you're just trying to collect on a debt, and sometimes you sort of you hear and you gotta take the full story for what it is. Let them heal, and maybe the next time you call them, they'll be up a different hill. The conversations where you get to hear the people, you know, out of their act, you know, really getting into what they want to be saying, like harassment, you know, jerkbag, with a lot more profanity. And normally that wasn't the females, although there were the occasional few, but mostly that was the males that would have the angered temper, not exactly know how to get someone off the phone, except if you're just projecting pure rejection, like oozing disgust. Some interesting ones. A couple I felt like I had conversations where it was a dude and then a dude that wanted to sound like a female. You know, a couple role players, a couple voice actors, a few of them. Like speaking to Jesse and then speaking to Jesse. I don't know. Speaking to I don't know. There was this one guy. The name was Morgan. And he got pissed. He's like, Morgan is a female's name. Do I sound like a Morgan? Come on. Captain Morgan is what I told him on the phone. But Morgan Freeman is like a better one, you know? Like, talk about, like, just, dude was in his way. He was in his own way. He definitely, that one stood out to me, though. Was that the lady's name? Was that her name? I mean, because like I said, like, with the tampering that's been going on in reality, I think that was her name. Morgan? I think that was. It sounds right. But people are just throwing layers on top of layers on top of layers, like all the Chris's in life. Like, really know how to christen someone, huh? But not saying, you know, like all the Ashleys in life, like all the Taylors in life. There's only been one Ariana, at least that I know of. And all the Elizabeths and all the Siobhans. Alright, so being in collections, I did see some Arianas, but I didn't talk to them. And I only started seeing them after this job. Like, you know, really taking a mental note of them. It's not your fault that my virgin brain melted to your music. It's not your fault. That it just completely got obliterated by your influence. It's not your fault. It's mine, I think. You know, because I can feel like the energies when they start to grow. Like, holy. Like, when I first started getting the spiritual sensations, my dad was like, you just need to lose your virginity. You just need to get laid. Go have some sex. Though as the theory is grown, you know, it's like, well, maybe I just need to put it off just for a little bit. Really figure out what my body's trying to be saying. Trying to say to me. $40 and there's a system update. So I guess we'll eat a sandwich then. And then log back in, it should be done. They're like quick updates, like a minute or two. Honestly, I'm not even hungry though. I would eat it just to eat it. I ate that pie. That was like dinner without having dinner. Plus the vape juice is like, you know, a calorie here or two, maybe every few puffs. No, it does. No, it does. Her name was totally Morgan. Golly. Yeah, what an interesting way to remember that, huh? Was it type 2 diabetes? Or type 1? I think type 1 is the worst one, right? Adult onset, yeah. Was it the type 2 though, or did he have type 1? I think it was 1. He like had to. You had to. I remember Elijah. He told me I was on a slippery slope. Because I messed with his... It was me being a dumb bully boy. It wasn't exactly a bully boy like I thought it was a bully. You know, I'm just, you know, it was just me like messing with his diabetes. Not messing with it, but just like pointing it out. But like, he was quick to say like, he laughed at me, pointing at me like, but you're on a slippery slope for type 2. Yeah, that was hilarious. Talk about a core memory, you know, really implanting something like a good boundary for me, like a good now watch your own body, boy. Yeah, no, that was good. And little did I know, I'm sure that like my neck was black. I'm sure you knew way more than I did. You know what I'm saying? Not even me realizing, not even me knowing. That was my mom telling me, get back in the shower, get scrubbing. I swear. There was times too that because I couldn't see the back of my neck, you know, and like I didn't have a mirror like that. But when I angled the mirror, like you know, like you got the side mirror, then the wall mirror, you gotta angle the mirror into the mirror. I mean, I could see like, ooh, my neck was dirty back there. I never took pictures. Well, a couple times we did, a couple times. I don't think I have those, but yeah, like thinking like, oh my mom, I had the rag back there and it was burning like it was red hot. Like I was scrubbing the heck out of it. How dirty can it get? But little did I know it was type 2 diabetes. I was pre-diabetic as shit. I think it might have discolored my dick. Is that messed up? Oh gosh. Talk about another slippery slope I wasn't expecting. Yo. funny though. I mean, it's not like white as my chest is. I don't know, maybe we gotta start pulling down our pants and start comparing shit. No. Maybe it's the saturation on the videos. They're just not coming through as clear as they should be. I mean, I might just have a realer dick than everybody. So there was this thing, like, my tip, it started to grow, like a real mushroom, you know? I didn't know it did that until later into my life. Like, I'm talking about like 26, 27. I didn't realize. Normally I do my private business with the lights off. You know what I'm saying? Like that's some real talk right there. But I didn't know like the tip, like it'll like bring, and then like a bring. Like I didn't know that. And then I'll be thinking like, talking about getting hypnotized by what? Like you said, do that again just for me once? Like you're saying you need to get closer just to make sure it was growing? I mean, it seems like science to me, you know? Hey, I'm just saying it. These are facts. I haven't watched no porn video that's showing that. But like, I also like keep it like, I'm more looking at the female, not the man. I got a real good control over my contraction of my muscles. That's what it was. It must have been leveling up. And that's what it is. I don't know, I freak myself like out with it still. Like I look at that like, what the fudge? Have I been doing that the whole time? I just didn't notice you? I haven't paid that much attention to you? Like, you're still like alien on my body? Like a foreign object I'm still studying? Hey, I'm just saying. And I can take it back to like the medical thing again. And maybe that's in like the medical books, just like the bleeding dick was. Better go see a doctor for that. You better be an open book for him. Man, that's funny. But I never knew. I never knew that was doing that on my body. I never knew. I mean, I would do like a whole video thing. I think I did though. Maybe I think I deleted that. I think I deleted it. I'm pretty sure I deleted it. I was like laughing and giggling in the video. I mean, I don't know. That's like not really discovering the full range of my motion until later in life. Was that like 23 maybe? 24? No, 22? 22 or 23? Or 23? I didn't know. Plus I was too fat to ever even try. And then I'm like wondering and thinking about like every guy. Could every guy do this? And you already know I looked up the female side. Because in my life I had guys removing their ribs just to try. So I'm like thinking to myself, but dang, I'm a flexible guy. At 6'5". Oh my gosh. Ay, ay, ay. I'm 100% serious too. You want the whole package or like half? I mean, I would think the whole thing, right? Slam it all the way down. Let me see that. You do it first and then I'll try. Trust somebody to not bite. Alright, now just watch. I'll have to hypnotize. Open your mouth like mine. It's not study time. You would have to be here in real life. But that would also be like, I don't know, at least 50 pounds down. At least. I mean, maybe 40 for a lick. I'll give you that. Mister.
I just looked at the numbers. I didn't look last night.
Ah, man. I looked at those too.
Yeah, I zoomed in on 22.
That's what I was saying. I told everyone before you even, it's on recording, Dad. 22, I looked at 22, I'm like, dang, 22, did you bet 22? Did you ever place 22?
Fucking A, I was screaming 22. I was so locked down on that 4, and I said it when I got out of the car. I had the 4 the last time in a Powerball, but I see the 2-2. And I said it's either gonna go high or low, and it went fucking low. It came out with 2 again.
2, 4,
and
10,
there was
48.
the 1 for the 10. And then it goes to the 48 for the 12. And what was pushing? 11.
Yeah.
I've got this shit. I just need to fucking
56
believe
too.
in myself.
4 and 10.
It sounds crazy, but I'm onto something.
When I saw 22, I'm like, dang, did you call that as the first thing? And then for the quick picks to come back and give us a red herring like that?
I'm gonna fucking nail this shit.
Ay, ay, ay.
I knew it. It was either gonna go high or low, and it went low. It went fucking low.
What did I say though? 22. What's the first thing? Man's still sleepwalking out of bed. He jumps on the computer or the phone or whatever he did. It's about to be 22 minutes until the system update. Not about. It just hit the minute. I mean, not loud. But it's funny. You know, funny as heck. Like, gosh, how many things? How many coincidences can I just find now? But the first thing out of his mouth, I didn't even say it. I was hoping it was gonna be, but jeez. He said it though, but my God, man. I think you do like have a winning ticket if you at least get the Powerball. I think that's how it works.
That shit plays into my 7 tonight on Powerball. I told you that 22 comes, it's lining up for that 7 to come on Powerball. Yeah, I saw that and I said, son of a bitch. And I had it on that one ticket. I had that 56, 64, 56, 65, and then the 22. So I had the I got the two numbers for $28. It was 3 times.
Hey.
For those 2 balls, $38. So, I mean, basically, we reeled in. I reeled in a lot of my money off of having a Powerball.
Right. Definitely. And then got the scratcher money back.
Mom got left on a couple scratchers. She got the money back on that. So we're back on track again. We're going back to the state line without empty pockets.
Hey, already got 20 in the piggy bank. Plus, you know,
yeah,
tickets
I said
for
I got
today.
Your 20 out in the car. I gotta get ready.
The pizza peel. It's funny. I haven't made pizza in like a few months now. I need to make me some dough and have some homemade pizza. Sounds good. I was getting good at it. When I first got the pizza oven, like the pizza dough was sticking to the pizza peel, you know what I'm saying? I was having trouble like getting it off the peel. But you know, just like with anything, you know, there's a little trick to it. You gotta have some speed. Can't be messing around. Plus, like, you know, the dough. Finding that the in between where it's not too sticky, but it's not like made of flour again. And I could use cornmeal and things like that, but like that's like after a step, you know. That's like jumping the gun to where you're using the cornmeal to roll it off the peel for you. But I have definitely had some pizza spills, and like, oof. But hey, I mean, a little lopsided, you know, ovally like pizza. Just because like the back end was sticking to the peel and I didn't want to try and redo it, make a calzone. It wouldn't be a proper calzone. It wouldn't even be like a stromboli. It'd be like a supreme mush dog. I don't know. No, I like my pizza toppings. So there's this, for whatever reason, and now Google was more apt to agree with it the second time around I Googled it. Mushrooms and black olives in a spaghetti sauce. Yes or no? I don't mind the taste, but for whatever reason, my grandpa and great uncle love their spaghetti sauce with a little bit of black olives and mushrooms. You know, garlic it up, whatever you want, but those mushrooms and black olives, they gotta be in there. If they're not, it's not like the biggest deal. But if we have them, you know, throw those mushrooms and black olives in there. When I first Googled this, I used AI. And now the AI on Google is telling me, yeah, that, you know, you could put that in there if you want it. Now I haven't had many dishes, you know. Let me Google this again just to see. Let's use Yahoo actually. Go in spaghetti sauce. Can be included in spaghetti sauce. They add flavor and texture, enhancing the overall dish. Many recipes incorporate these ingredients either as part of a meat sauce or vegetarian option. The combination is popular in various culinary traditions. The personal taste will ultimately determine their inclusion. What was that? Dang. Assassina? L'Assassina? That was pretty good. I made that. I like that. Frying up the pasta in the pan. Yummy. And I even used the mushroom black olive sauce. Or yeah, black olives. But I've made that a couple times. Where one time it was with that, which actually it tasted a lot better than the normal, you know, just plain black olive mushroom sauce. But I've also tried that with just regular, you know, spaghetti sauce. I like that dish with more sauce than meat, because if you don't have enough, like if there's the meat is, then you still need the sauce, you know. And then you're just going to be putting more water. Then you're going to have to wait till that boils off, you know, because you just don't even have that. You could try and put more sauce, but you're just putting more meat. It's not going to work, you know. So basically what I'm trying to say is our meat spaghetti sauces are more meat with sauce. But I don't know if that's good or bad, but like I said, like with the pasta all'assassina, I found it was better to have more sauce than meat, because you want, like I said, the pasta to cook and get fried up in the pan, right? We've yet to hit 2 more seeds. That's sad. We'll get it eventually, but you know. I like that pasta dish though. Put the garlic cloves up in there. Some red chili flakes. A little oil. Super simple but amazing taste. That red pepper flake just kind of like pops out. And I like how it's a lot drier and the noodles are coated in the sauce, you know? Like for our spaghetti, it's pasta and then the sauce, like the meat sauce. Sometimes, I don't know what it is, sometimes I got the pasta on the plate, I put the meat sauce on it, and the next thing I know, I got like a watery runoff, like if I'm just now learning a good drainage, you know? like pasta and potatoes. Or like calling vegetables fruit again. I mean, believe me, I would love to just sit here all day and be the one job that just writes his name on things. But that's not very entertaining.
I had to write theory, because 2 and 4 is 6, and the 10 is the 7, and the 48 is the 12, and the 56 was the 11. I had the right idea. I was right there.
I'm streaming, by the way.
I know. I was right there.
I'm just saying.
The 6 came before the 7, though. And most people don't look at that fucking numeral placement as what I'm looking at. They look at a 10, not a 7. That 2, 4, 10 is exactly what they look at, but I look at it as a 7. 2, 4, and the other one was the 7, the 10. God bless America. I was right there at the fucking doorstep.
Knocking, at least you got a winning ticket.
Fucking right at the doorstep.
I should have listened to you with the 22.
We were right at the doorstep.
I was over there betting on 37 to come back a second, or come when I'm thinking, you know, maybe like the 4 did.
It was going back to me forming 10s. I said, the fucking 10's in the middle of everything. There it was. Fucking shit. I swear, I was right at the fucking doorstep.
Yeah, 37 definitely didn't show its face. Well, like I said earlier, 37 was my my little tug from no man's land. My little roaming bug that might be contagious. Yeah, especially like a contagion if you listen to it, sort of thing. If I entertain it. Because like if I entertained it like I did and 37 came out, you know, then I'd be like, yeah, it rewarded me, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, love you, Dad. Be safe. Oh, my headphones dying. Boop-a-da-doop-doo. That's what I heard. Boop-a-da-doop-doo. 10%. No cicada action. You know what that means, right? The floodlights bringing them in. Not much mosquito action either, I don't think. Maybe I take my shirt off and give them a bigger target. And you'll be seeing my real mosquito bites. Wait, are those like big or small? Mine welt up. Dang. Now I'm confused on that saying. When I lost weight, I felt like they shrank just a little bit. My left one was still like having a tumor in the bottom, you know what I'm saying? Having a little mass. I wasn't pushing weight on the bench, building my chest like I should have. I'm trying to bust right through that bad boy. I mean, that would be a real interesting thing, wouldn't it be? You know, using muscle, potentially. Telling that body to just start carving up inside. Hey, replace that shit. You got new tech. You're upgrading. I mean, I got a little muscle, a little muscle. I don't have much though. I probably have I have the muscle from being a fat ass. That's like that pure muscle. That's that purebred shit. I have that calisthenic muscle. Calisthenics. That's the kind of muscle I have. Useful. Working. Not for looks. When I punch myself, it really hurts. But like that's like comparing myself to myself, you know. I've seen some bodies out there that look like natural as hell. I mean, if my calves can get to my calves, and I know what muscle feels like, and it's not fat, and I know, well, that's as natural as GMO gets. That's as natural as the endocrine the endocrine disruptors get destructed. I don't know. That's as soy as the boy is gonna tell you. Where's my natural testosterone generator at? I need my mental one upgraded. It's like need and greed. I try to explain these things. You either need it or you greed it. And if you greed it because you needed it. But if you ninja'd it because you greeted it, we're all gonna know. Like losing my eyesight in 7th grade. I'm never gonna forget that. All of a sudden I just need to walk up to the front of the classroom because I can't see anything anymore. Zoom, zoom, zoom. I mean, dang. But hey, like if that's technology, you know, they elongated my eyes, then potentially it was an upgrade again. potentially my body found that. And it said, halt right here. This is where we'll stop for now. Go get those prescriptions, Your sister's got some. I'm 100% serious. And then, maybe it was the type 2 diabetes. Maybe. You think I went undiagnosed with that the whole time? Maybe. Although I remember seeing very clearly, especially like 5th grade, 6th grade, like I was seeing good. I don't know. Around, the 6th grade thing, stuff starts to happen, so who knows? There is a high chance that I was, undiagnosed until I actually noticed. But then again, there's also that same chance that I was like seeing very clear as heck and then I actually noticed. Like the type 2 diabetes, I would rather blame it on type 2 diabetes than anything. Because of that I didn't notice until I noticed. Dang. I don't know. I thought to myself before even recording today, I had a time in mind set, and I'm like thinking like, I've talked about things, I haven't talked about all of the things I wanted to though yet. And it was like the thing in my mind, like, do I maybe just go ghost and just let it like, just settle, like, it is what it is sort of thing, like I'll just keep dealing with what I've been dealing with, and if I fail, you'll all realize. But then it was also like, well, if I just, start recording and start talking, maybe I'll fill in the missing blanks that I haven't talked about yet. I don't know. Thanks for the favorite. Way too many things. So much have just kept on compiling, compounding. So many things. If I was to ever get money from this crap going on, please, don't think that the first place I'll be is at the casino. No, no, no. No, no, no. probably get a boat and go charting with my freaking family. Like actually, like go live life. Instead of hoping and praying for a miracle at the casino. Getting that sort of fun. Hoping and praying for a miracle. As if that's fun. No. It's another hope and whim on a prayer. While it's all rigged up. And I'm not going to go and say, you know, they got a whole gaming license to protect, you know. I'm sure they're doing it as close to the books and keeping taxes straight as possible. You know, don't want to go looking too far behind those things. But at least it's a place to get lucky. At least it's a place where you have a chance in life. And people do go out leaving winners. Overnight millionaires. I'm not after the money though. I mean, I just want a piece of life that I can chill. This isn't a piece of life where I can chill because I gotta whisper still. I mean, if I had a piece of life where I could whisper, but then could also get right back to being real. Maybe the picture would be a little clearer. Maybe the stories would be a little bit better. Maybe I wouldn't laugh as much because it would be realer. Like I said, I would have more seriousness. It wouldn't be such a game. It wouldn't be so me out here looking like the know-it-all, while the actual know-it-alls look like they're trolling all. But they're not like trolling all like they could be fishing. They're trolling all like they're still fishing. Which just makes it like a weird scenario for me. It makes me feel like the unwelcome human being. Extremely unwelcome. Even if I get welcoming feelings. So I think I'm about to stop this video, upload it real quick, and then I'll press record again. But I'll like upload it and then exit YouTube and then press record again. Not wait till it's like finished, you know what I'm saying? Because technically, like, we have like 8 hours to upload. That's like a full work day for most. And honestly, if you would just let me be, like, without your influencing me, I would be working like most. But this has now become my work like most. While being the most unlike work sort of thing I could be doing. Yeah, I just say silly crap and string it together. Talk about the laser, the PlayStation, and the nail shatterer. Talk about my salt, pepper, sugar cigarette at the mental health hospital when I should be getting mental health and getting better. Talk about my asthma and the treatment that magically got cured. Yeah. Talk about all the crazy dreams I've had that have super extreme physical pain and they're not just mental. But yeah, my weird body and my psyche does that. It must have been all the games I was playing. Yes, it was RuneScape. And actually, matter of fact, I'm in RuneScape, in the dream, playing RuneScape while the things are happening, while I'm doing the RuneScape. No, there's not been any dreams since RuneScape has influenced me. God, I just want to start screaming. It's more like keeping my closed mouth fed until my closed mouth can't be closed anymore, but I still want to keep getting fed. It's not my fault I got so much drama falling out of it. It's from the stupid influence. When Selena Gomez is in my goddamn fucking room taking my anal virginity, then that's fucking goddamn way too much influence, guys. When she's got her fucking goddamn tongue down into my goddamn large intestines, and I'm dry orgasming over it, from it, then that's way too much goddamn influence. She fucking owned me. That was a real fucking dream. And it happened right as I closed my eyes. And I was opening my eyes and still closing my eyes, and it was still fucking happening. And then I look at Selena Gomez's history and what she's had happen to her medically. I can only wonder how that body responds now. She sure did take me around the block though with her tongue. I was gasping for air. And then I woke up on a whole island vacationing. Brand new. Ready to play in the sand, actually. But that was when I woke up from that. Like that was when the dream was over. Because I already blew my freaking load. Which it was dry, come to find out. Blowing my load was like blowing myself into a new dream with her. That was like seeing the water first come to shore. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know the white foam that you sometimes see on the water? What is that called? The white caps? I don't know what they're called. But like when you see a nice wave break onto shore, and you got like, you know, like white foamy stuff going on there. When I broke the dry orgasming into the next new dream, that's what I thought. You know, I was getting the visual of like me onto the shore just spraying myself. But that was the visual. Like that was like after that, the next load in was onto the island with her. But at first she was in my room just completely owning me. And now it didn't, I mean, I was in my room when I opened up my eyes, but closing my eyes, it wasn't exactly my room anymore. It was like no man's land. Maybe honestly I was looking like a female to her. And like maybe honestly in the dream it was like female on a female sort of thing. But like I said, us guys are so naive, so I have no freaking clue honestly. But it is a good potential, who knows? Because it wasn't any like, you know, front action thing, it was only the back door. Even if there was front action stuff, I felt the female part before. To what my belief, what I would think, you know, whole lips and everything parting. You know, I would think like fudge. So, like I said, you know, there was no front nothing. No slooping docking on. No finger rubbing to. It was a mouth to back end and a tongue going right to the intestines. That cleaning me out. I was embarrassed as heck. I felt like she was embarrassed. I was definitely embarrassed. I'm not going into the whole thing, but fudge. I mean, it started to get ruined. Like, people were bullying what was going on. Like, it was the messiest freaking thing I've ever seen. I was completely in paralysis. I didn't want to contract myself. I didn't want to move myself. I was in complete paralysis. And then, like I said, like after looking up her story, after that happened, you know, I do a little bit of research, and then, you know, come to find out there's some interesting medical stuff that's gone on. I can only wonder how that body responds. I don't know. I mean, it responded definitely interestingly. If that was true, if I don't know. I mean, those are like influential time bombs. You know what I'm saying? Actual influential landmines. You took it. I mean, there is no anal virginity anymore. It's gone. At least in the form of a lucid dream. It was so lucid, I was able to wake up from it and go right back into it. Multiple times. Like every time I was taking a gasp of air, back in reality, going back to sleep was no air. Like, talk about being just... I got owned. I don't think I was under the influence of anything. 100%. The only influence I was under was lack of sleep. Like, ingestion-wise. Lack of sleep and influence. Adderall would be the only thing, if anything. But not that morning. Not that morning for sure. Because I started having like panic attacks. I had to, not do that. I had to do that like naturally. Like, let my body work through this. Let my body do this. If my body needs sleep, my body needs sleep. But if I'm talking and actually, actively, potentially moving my current to where it needs to be, and then potentially it's me actually managing things and not needing to have a crutch. Especially if I'm managing things and the crutch becomes like a hindrance, like something in my way. Like my body's like, fucking dude, you're fucking it up already. Hey, I'm 100%, at least I'm honest. Hey, if you were there actually lucid in that dream, golly. Ooh-wee. I don't know. But I feel like technology or influence or something had to have its hands on it. Something. It was very real. It was extremely real. Especially feeling like I lost that, but still being a technical virgin on like reality technicalities. it's no wonder to me why I feel like burnt in like sleep wise. Like I feel like insomniac. At least like right now, like I said, I mentioned it like dreaming and then waking up. I'm not gonna know if it's a dream or reality. That's messed up as hell. When I already feel like it's a dreaming reality. And I know she's in a relationship too. I didn't have control over it, dude. She sure had her control on me though. It would be interesting though, because if you had your control on her and she had her control on me, and she's using me like her joystick, were you using her like your joystick? Because then that would be really like interesting kind of dominoes that were pushed. You know what I'm saying? Like that's getting me into the whole swinging thing without even me like being into the swinging thing. Like I'm gonna have to go check out with Ari if she's ready for this. I wasn't exactly like how ready, like being pounced on day one. um, um, I mean, I'm sure I was ready to be pounced on day one, but that's like living in this reality that we're in right now. And then I started thinking to myself, well, if things are happening naturally like that, should we have just been good boys and girls again and just had that happen? If it's happening like that, should we have just been on our own calling, on our own path, doing our own things, waiting for something else to break through. For us. You know what I'm saying? But then, you know, I could be thinking, well, maybe technically they did break through for you. And then I'm thinking, well, dang, that would be like information just being held and gatekept again. And like, so they got like the good boys club, the good boys group, the good killers that keep their mouth shut, but you know, they know what they do. They kill the cat and then pass it on to the next brat. And hopefully that brat resurrects it. We need some imperfect DNA. Those clean killers, they just kept the same. I gotta keep the mind moving. If I just stay, then even I know I'm playing. I did say though, like I might go silent at times, but I am pushing it to almost like the 24-hour mark. And I know at least getting to 24 hours, you know, that's a one day. You know, no sleep. Around like 7, I think. It'll be one day. Not many yawns. I mean, I had maybe like 3 or 4 yawns that I tucked away. I didn't allow it to get a full breach through. Not many yawns though, if you ask me. Especially for not eating that, you know, midnight Sammy. You know, really putting my body into that cortisol, the cortisol kind of place it likes to be in. It was interesting when I wasn't fasting, when I was fasting, sorry, being able to just be up, like a weird feeling like you're in the wilderness, like you need to go hunt some food down or something. You know what I'm saying? I bet there are people that just do the whole life cycle. Like they just find a partner and just cycle with them, you know? Like, we don't need to eat. We don't need to do none of that. Just cycle with me. Just for a little bit. Like for a week at least. Just try. What an interesting life, huh? Some bodies may need to eat. Who knows? I don't know. If you found something that works, I would keep doing it. I'm still trying. I'm looking. I'm trying to figure out what is going to be working for me. Maybe it is the whole cycling, sex cycling. Ay, ay, ay. I mean, I was practicing the solo cycle before it got interrupted. Maybe there was some stuff implemented. No solo cycling. You're gonna be ruining our energies. So I gotta find the other the other psycho the other psycho solo cycler. Is that what you're saying? I mean, I wonder. Like I said, I looked at the females. I did not look. Well, I have looked, but I did like a Google search. Are there females that could? Are they flexible enough to be able to just like go down there and go to town on themselves without removing any ribs or anything like that? I know that's sort of like messed up and gross, but I bet they're like I've seen the ones that fit in like the suitcases. You know what I'm saying? Contortionist? That's what they're called. I guess I'm just a good contortionist. Talking about having like a mirror and getting lost into it, you know what I'm saying? Oh my gosh. I'm just imagining that. It might be possible, who knows? That would be awesome to see. I mean, I'll show you mine first if you want to know. Sorry, not to be so creepy about it. Like, why is wide eyes opening? People are gonna love to pay for that. People are gonna line up like the carnival, or like the fair that it used to be. How many more clicks do we have to go? Let's see. 2,077 more. Not bad, not bad. We're getting there. Like 7 o'clock, I think I was thinking. 7 or 8 o'clock. Maybe that's when we'll have the sandwich. I would hate to do like a fast. Well, I guess if I have it like tonight, then it wouldn't be like a big waste, But like, like have a sandwich like that waiting in the fridge and like wait a couple days just to eat it. I'm thinking it's like a balance, I don't want to take away my joy, but I'm also getting a lot of joy right now by tantalizing myself. Plus, like I said, I had the pie. Wait, how many calories is that? Come on. 320. I mean, yeah, if you're gonna eat a pie a day, you're gonna lose weight. More than likely. You know that rabbit, I was gonna say rabbit starvation. The rabbit starvation. That was an interesting. That's interesting. That's wild. Think we're gonna just life cycle? Who knows? I've gone 14 days without food. But that was after reading the one story on the dude that went a whole year without food and lost all his weight. Went a whole year without food? Dude. People should really be talking about you. And I just did 14 days? Dude. That's 365 of them. And hopefully it wasn't a leap year. That would be like a whole extra eternity of not eating. But I mean, I looked at the story. I don't know if it's real or fake. But 14 days was me, so I can only believe. And that was 14 days once I was already skinny. So that was interesting. The worst thing I had was lack of sleep. Some of those days I think I dry fasted too. Not 100%, I think. Or maybe that was a separate time, but I think maybe it was a dry fast for a couple or a few of them. 3 max, but I think it was potentially. Maybe not. I know dry fasting was weird for me. Like waking up with dry mouth, but then just like having to like have confidence in yourself, you know? Like knowing that your saliva will come back, it's okay. And then interesting enough, that's again with sleep, you know? If I was dry fasting with no sleep, maybe it would be better because I would have that, you know, notion to keep my saliva going. And then also, then again too, maybe it was marijuana. I don't always get dry cotton mouth with marijuana, but that could, you know, it definitely could have been in play. You know, especially with not drinking or eating, just smoking. Taking the good old natural diuretic. And I think that's the funniest thing too. How people say, oh, weed's giving you the munchies, dude. Fudge, it pisses me off. God, that is, it pisses me off, I'll be so honest. When I've shown my strength in not eating, you know, when I've shown that, and then I just wanna eat, it's the munchies, it's those weed munchies. And now it can be just a fun thing to say if the mind and the knowledge is all in agreement that I just want to have a cheat day. It can be a fun thing to say, you know, oh, the weed's got, you know, you're getting the weed munchies. But if it's literally just something to clown on me, to get my, ego in the dirt, um, to actually feed off of me, um, it becomes hurtful to me, because I know I'm not eating from the munchies. I'm eating because I want to be satisfied. I'm eating because I'm treating myself finally. like making the special lasagna that I've only made once, because the ingredients cost, but like that became the thing for the meal. Like, this meal is so expensive. It's not about how the meal was tasting. It became, this meal is so expensive to eat, even though we do crab legs and steak and the whole surf and turf thing. It became another way to feed off of the meal than just eat and enjoy the meal. You're getting pleasure and you're feeding from that in a different way than I'm feeding from it. And then I can talk again about stale calories. We potentially are eating some very stale calories. Like the petroleum in the water bottle. I don't know if that's real, but AI sure said and thought it was. I take that for more of a grain of salt than like what I just explained about consuming it in a different way than everyone else is. When someone's at the dinner table not eating their meal, but they're commenting about like how you're eating yours, and they're carrying the conversation through the whole dinner table. They're eating. Whether you want to believe it or not, they're eating. I mean, even if they are the last one still at the dinner table, still finishing, they're definitely double eating. And you better do a double take just to see exactly what I'm seeing. I mean, when it becomes like that, it's almost like certain people can just see themselves away from the table. They're no longer needed. They're included, but they're just included in the meal. It's very real, guys. Wake up. And then, like, let's invite some guests over for dinner. We don't exactly see them eating much here. Let me not go down these rabbit holes. Oh yeah, that's their like once a year meal. That's their cheat meal. That's their once every decade meal. Oh, that's their meal when they're preparing for war. Oh, that's the meal after he's doomsday prepped. We eat in different ways. That's like me being self-conscious about working out in front of somebody. God, people love just watching and commenting, and not like doing and demonstrating. I feel those eyes eating me, you know what I'm saying? I've been eaten by those eyes for too long. Those eyes on me may be like lasers, if you get what I'm saying. Because I haven't felt the tingle in the right love handle like I was the last couple times I was streaming. And hey, if we're all just here, you know, testing, you know, not wanting to push it too far, I get that. I don't want to hurt anyone. I don't want to make anyone cry, like I've said. Even if it's potentially already happened. I just know it seems like there's a lot of undone stuff still. Tons. Every day I'm awake, there's more undone things. And again, not to offend you, Mr. President, me saying like I would be for it, that would be like if we were done. If we're ready to go, let's move on. You know, why get a second opinion? We're done. But we're not done. It'll be time to pass the baton when you're done. Like I said with the February thing, there were no special effects, but there were also no like backyard explosions happening. You know, something was definitely awry. Something was definitely alive. Something was there, it seemed. though it wasn't so black and white. That was potentially messing with the shadow, who knows? Messing with something. But that, again, like a grain of salt, you know, good Ghostbuster would tell you. Potentially there was a bad actor there, you know, just watching me. You know, like an agent. Potentially. Just waiting for the day that the story lines up a bit. But that would be just that grain of salt, because other than that, I mean, I was messing with something on the phone. The phone was capturing something in real life. And that also concretes the shadows I was seeing as a child. Or that one main shadow. My sister said and claimed that she saw shadows as well. But that one main shadow was like a big old moth dragonfly bug. Not moth, it was like a dragonfly. But a huge, like Spyro size. Flying on the roof of the house that we were living in as a kid. The trailer park. The freaking trailer. It's kind of funny. I look at the states nowadays like messages in a bottle. You know? Like each different state has their own little theme, their own Easter eggs that somebody can just go and discover. Each state, each place, like everything is crazy. Talk about a real living consciousness. On top of the living consciousness. Alright, I think that was a mosquito. I think. I just have a sneaking suspicion, maybe. It seems like the right size. And heck yeah. Like quite the ride. And I mean, I know there's a cult, like there's some definite weird followings, some weird stuff going on in certain states, potentially even including this one. I mean, I will not, I won't deny that. Especially going into the casino and having a little static pack on the wall. Maybe that was a coincidental thing. Who knows? That was a side quest that I didn't even know was possible until I felt its possibilities. I wouldn't go in there asking everybody. I wouldn't even go in there asking one. They might find it and hide it from you. Now that's even interesting. That's even more interesting. But yeah, like I know there's some occult stuff, you know, some real worshipers, some real odd doers. Maybe they, you know, they have a reason to why. I know if it was meant for the public eye, it would be in the public mind. You know what I'm saying? Like what I'm saying right now. This is meant for the whole community to know. This is meant for the whole sphere to be aware of. Ooh, I forgot to stop and I mean, it's a good little ending point, I suppose. And then I'll just, restart it, and I'll make sure to do no voice. My headphones are recharging. This is doing its thing. I'll stop it, post it, restart it. And starting like now.